We'll kick off recordings. Yep. Thanks for that. I got a prompt for that. All right. David Abu, David Efron, where are you guys?
We are here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, good, good. So, well, I don't want to put you on the spot, but be ready for those kind of things today. I'm going to put together. But first, one word to describe how you feel about DataFestAfrica 2024. One word.
Great. Like pumped. Pumped.
Okay.
I'm
Okay, so
pumped for
guys,
you guys.
let's see how it goes. Use one word to describe how you feel right now about DataFestAfrica 2024. Just drop it in the chat, tweet it, put hashtag. Let the chat keep bubbling. Fantastic, pumped, elated, full package, opo, expectant. Yes, mind blow. Even mind don't they blow without start with voice start. So energy. Yeah, me, Oshe, I see you, I see you.
Olariwaju, you're on a global platform. Stop doing like an Agberu. You're on a global platform.
So, what makes us, this is why Llama 3.1 billion, all those parameters, OpenAI continue to fail when it comes to Africa because they don't understand this context. This is our context. These us. So yes, of course, guys, in case you see me using some words, it's because they are unique to Africa. Thank you for joining us here. Right. I just feel so excited. It's a way of expressing, like, hey, I feel you. Like, I feel you. I'm happy, All right, guys. Before you see, if Facebook and all those open come and train their model on all these keyword, probably the model will be performing better with African languages. Yeah, but that's the way it is right now. All right, guys. Okay, we are starting right away. Just 1 minute to kick off. 1 minute to kick off. My countdown right here, 33, 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds to go. Counting down right here on my screen. Let's count from 5 now. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DataFestAfrica 2024. Can I see some emoji? Can I see excitement right in the chat? Wow, we are finally and officially starting and kicking off DataFestAfrica 2024. I'm glad to be here today with colleagues of mine and co-hosts and amazing people that will be joining all through the session. My name is Olaniwaju Onyiboke. Co-organizer of DataFestAfrica 2024 alongside with other team. Okay, I'm not alone, like I said. I have my colleagues there, so I'm going to bring them right on board on stage now. David Abu is right here with us, as well as David Effiong. One word from you, David Abu. Say hi to our people and just greet.
Good morning, Africa. We are pumped for today. There's so many things that we have in stock for you guys. And you definitely know that it's a 3 days worth of big things that we want to do and we want to explore. But over to you, Olariwaju.
Thank you very much, David. Indeed, we are pumped. Personally, I'm also pumped and I can see the excitement from everyone right in the chat. Thank you for joining. We have over 200 people, almost 200 people that joined even before the session started. So people were ready right on stage waiting for us to kick this off. That shows how much of support it is for the community. Don't forget, this event is made for you. It is not for us. This is why it is important for you to take advantage of this by connecting virtually with your colleagues, by also making sure you share your experience right on social media platform, either on Twitter, on LinkedIn, whatsoever platform you use most. Use the hashtag DataFestAfrica 2024. Okay. I also have David Effiong right here with me, who is analytics engineer with Data Culture. Hello, David Effiong. How are you doing today, my bro? Right. So right on the screen, we want to share with you briefly before we go into the various rooms. what you should know about this program, about DataFest Africa, and what we've been doing for a couple of years. So it is important to see why we are going the direction we are now, because we know that data AI is changing the landscape, and Africa do not need to be left behind. It is well understood and agreed by majority of people that Africa was lagged behind in the first, second, third industrial revolution. We were in the fourth, where AI is at the forefront. So we have the unique advantage here to be part of this, and it starts with community. An individual cannot achieve this. It has to be through community, and that's one of the gaps Data Community Africa is solving through the event called DataFest Africa. Right. So we've said this, we are a community-driven organization that focuses on promoting data science and analytics in Africa. It is very important. So it is not just to bring data professionals. We want to connect data enthusiasts, professionals, organizations across the continent, fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing in the field of data, which we believe will definitely lead to that growth that we want to experience with technological innovation leveraging data in Africa. And our vision remains to be the largest largest gathering of data talent across Africa, equipping the talent to cover the skill gaps needed to accelerate our growth. And our mission is to create growth opportunity. We are not just doing this. We are not just organizing an event for the sake of having people together. We truly want to create growth opportunities for individuals, for organizations, by bridging the gap between industry leaders, recruiters, data consumers, and talent. So in case you don't have this level of understanding about DataFest Africa in the past, we are more than what you're seeing. And in the next couple of days, couple of weeks and years, you start seeing more of the vision and the mission coming alive. So I will pass this over quickly to David just to talk about some things, but it is important that we see this. Data is the new oil, and we live in an oil continent where nobody is drilling. If you know who owns this quote, drop in the comments. I have a gift for you. But for now, let's move on to this. It is time to bring Africa's data talent together for accelerated growth. If there's nothing you are taking away from the first part, you should understand this. We are calling on you for a collective effort so that we can successfully bring the talent in Africa together for accelerated growth. There's a popular saying that if you want to go fast, you should go alone. So Africa has been going alone for a very, very long time. So we are going maybe fast, but at the overall, we are not going far. And if you want to go far, go together. And that's exactly what we are doing. By bringing this talent together, we can go far as a continent. So the conference, let's talk about the conference, which is starting today, or which has started today, right now, 17th, and is going to span all through the weekend, Friday and Saturday. David Abu, David Efron, what was the experience at last year event? I'm using this picture to bring that memory now. You can imagine the audience. You could see right there, 2023. This is the panorama view of our 2023 event for DataFest. Let me hear from both of you.
So for me, last year was great. It was one of those events that actually differentiated so many other type of events that we had. If you go from the first DataFest Africa that we did in University of Lagos and the second one that we did 2023, they're so far apart. And we're very, very happy with the team, with the community for coming out and for supporting and for us talking about data itself and AI. So the major thing for us last year that we learned was that a lot of people want to go into this field, and it is also one of the most critical skill sets to even have. Either you are a data analyst, you're not a data analyst, everybody must be a data literate. And at this event is one important event for you to become a data literate.
Thank you very much, David. You are right on point. We made a significant progress in terms of not just organization, not just making everything beautiful, but towards achieving our goal in 2023. 2022 was the very first time we organized DataFest Africa. And it was born out of passion that we should do something for Africa. and we should also build a community that can truly leverage on our strengths, coming together to achieve something bigger. And yes, last year was great. David Effiong, you were on stage last year. How will you summarize your experience, the energy, the temperature in the room, and all those stuff? What would be your key takeaway, from that session, from those programs? You are muted.
Yeah, I think he is having an issue. Can you try and see if you can
Okay, let me
see
let me
him?
excuse me, apologies. Let
Yeah.
me try that. Or probably he left his back
So while we are
because
doing that, while Ola is doing that, I want to ask those who are listening, if you're here last year, what did you learn from last year, from DataFest Africa 2023? What did you learn last year? For those who were around last year, what did you learn? Just type it in the chat. What did you learn last year? While we're waiting for David Effiong to unmute himself, what did you learn last year? For those who are here. Okay, building a data team. I like that, Tommy saying. I think that there was a panel session
yeah.
on building a data team last year. So yes, I like that. True, building a data team. I learned about having a data culture in an organization. That is true also. Yeah. Oh, we have DK, data literacy promotes data culture. I agree. I remember one time that I was a judge in Olaiwaju's former company. I remember where they used to have a full week when it comes to data solution, power platform solution, and stuff like that. And so I agree with that statement that you made. So for those who are joining for the
David,
first time,
that used to be Data Week. We call it Data Week at AXA. I think I remember
exactly,
vividly. And we used to run
exactly.
through data science, data literacy, data assessment, and all those things throughout the entire week. Yeah.
Great. So, and also again, now we are now 300 in this place right now. 300. That is massive. But one
Uh,
thing again is that we want to get to 500 in this place. We want
yes,
to get to 500 in this place. So,
yes.
if you have the link, you have a friend in the data space, please send it to them for them to join.
Put it
Um,
on your WhatsApp
Put it
status.
on your
That's
WhatsApp
even the
status. We
action.
want
Let it
them
be
to
your action
join,
now. Tweet
and we
it.
want them to
Put it on
get
your WhatsApp
to.
status. Let
We
people
want them to
join.
get there. So thank you very much. Over to you, Olariwaju.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, for sharing that and also running through some of the responses from the attendants right there. The most important lesson I learned last year was to share my work and openly discuss what I'm working on. Amazing. And a lot of people actually joining this for the very first time. We're happy to have you here. Okay, David Heffiong, you were right on stage last year, and this year again, you're still going to be right on stage. What come to your mind when you look at that moment again, when you reflect on that moment right on stage and seeing these thousands of people who are yearning for more, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa?
Yeah, thanks so much, Ola. Thank you so much, David. Wow, so last year was really, really amazing. The energy was contagious. You could see the energy everywhere. Folks from all walks of life, all walks of data was around to learn, to network, and you could see the strong power of community as well. Right? One of the strong things about Data First Africa is the goal to bring people together, especially in a climate like we're in Nigeria, where it's almost as though we have so many systemic issues. So this community allows people to grow together, learn together, leverage resources together, and build upwards together. I've been a beneficiary of community. As a matter of fact, after Data Fest, I had an opportunity after Data Fest last year, right? So you see, it's really been a great community growing all together in Data Fest. And being on stage as a host and also as a speaker was really amazing. I think last year I spoke about data governance and I was also one of the hosts as well. And then this year I can see the energy as well. By this time, virtual attendance over 300 is really amazing. It's really amazing. And I'm sure there's so much that everyone's going to get out of this session. So just get prepared, find the session you want to join, network, learn, and just do the best out of this. Yeah, so thank you so much. Well, I'll move this back to you now.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, we are just getting started. So I am going to open room for you to ask questions around this in case you just want to ask anything around Data First Africa before we move to our various rooms. So let's quickly talk about this. No, we were saying things around how big last year was, so that you can have some idea. Over 2,853 people attended. And out of these, 62% were professionals, 38% students. So for this year, we're going to share the statistics later on, and you're going to see how much we've had people. But this is growth. 41.3% representation in terms of gender. This is very, very good. Online attendance in terms of views of our stream content were about 5,200. 50 speakers, 2.3 million social media impressions. This is why we want to do way more than this year. We need you to achieve this. Chief data officers, 8 of them were present at this meeting. From something that does not have the potential of gathering, meaning without us coming together and putting DataFestAfrica together and you guys contributing and supporting this, there's no way to even have a single chief data officer. Chief data officer, they are like the president of data in any organization. It's the high pinnacle of running or managing data projects and unit and offices in any organization. So we are already having these highly placed people who wants to be part of this community, who are part of what we are doing. Countries represented last year was 7. Wow. And we had 90% positive rating for the event. It was a huge success. We want to make this year way bigger than that. So just to show you this number to know that we couldn't achieve this without you. So I want to take this moment to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your input, for your support. And again, we're going this year and we're going to do way more than what we've done last year. More importantly, there's also one thing I want to share. We have about 15 people that were directly connected to job opportunities. Wow. Isn't that massive? This is just the beginning. Let me put it to you this way. If we do not have DataFestAfrica, it is hard to crack the job opportunity in data on the base of promises. Meeting someone and telling them, hey, we're going to give us opportunity to place people for job because we are going to train people or create a community that will get people equipped, get them learn and do all those stuffs. You can't get job based on those promises. We started DataFestAfrica because we want to see evidences to show people. And if there's no reason to do that, if there's no success at all, this already shows that we are getting our first traction. So see, we just started, that was 2 years of starting. In between that and now, and from this year going forward, you're going to see massive because right this year, some companies are already coming to recruit. So we are already achieving a part of the vision, which I shared earlier, which is connecting the ecosystem. The ecosystem is not just about you that want to learn. DataFestAfrica is not for a data professional that just want to learn and build their skill. No, it's for both professional, the organizations that needed this talent, needed these skills, needed all the resources they need that relates to data. For a recruiter who is majorly intermediate most time, who are finding talent and matching them with companies that needs them, driving innovation because it's not just about connecting to job, also being able to expose organizations and individuals to what is evolving technologically, leveraging data so that they can go back with that value and do something better in the organization. So it's a whole ecosystem thing. It moves around from professionals, from people looking for jobs, from companies that need talent, from companies that need a use case or that need to upgrade or update what they are doing, and many things like that. So I see that we are already achieving huge success, and I just want to call that out. See, we are not without witnesses. This is tweet of people that actually go out there and tag DataFestAfrica. This is why you should go ahead and make tweet about this event that's happening right now. And these are things. Sadiq Akintola is going to be live here on this stage today with us, to share more. He said, I've been informed that my session today was well received. He spoke last year. I watched the sniper video and I'm like, wow, whoa. For those who had questions that couldn't be answered in the end, please reach out. Massive respect to the DataFestAfrica, organization team. Thank you all. Sadiq is AI leads at Google. So it's not someone that is probably just a student that's coming up or someone that does not know what he's saying or just trying to cook words together to make us feel good. No, he is truly saying this because these were the experiences. This is how we feel about the event. Debbie Coco, enjoyed every bit of my time at DataFest Africa 2023. Met new people and community, got to see how people did things. Learned a lot from Fatai _Pi, Fresh GB. Got to talk data with different people and sponsors. Was full day. Big shout out to the organizers of DataFest Africa. You can see that right there. Go out there and also make your own tweet. I want to take this opportunity to quickly appreciate our partners, from the legal partner, Cartwheel and Dale, talent partner, Propel. Thank you so much for the opportunity and also connecting talent within our community to jobs. Skilling partner, next tomorrow, you're going to hear about the great strides we've made with our skilling partner, DataCamp. There are a lot of videos, there are content, there are statistics that show you that, in fact, they acknowledge the contribution of Data Community Africa to the entire skilling activity right there at DataCamp, because we are just there. We are huge and we truly make a difference. We also want to appreciate our web development partner, Proven Hub. I'm sure right now they are still probably one way or the other updating things just to make sure the site is stable and every other thing works so well. There's no way we'll have achieved this and everything we've said so far without our sponsors. And these are people who trusted us even when we don't have any precedence. Before we started DataFest Africa, we don't have anything to show for DataFest Africa, and yet they trusted us. And they were like, hey, we're going to support you guys' vision. It is compelling enough. And they put themselves right on the line, their brands, to support something like that. We want to say thank you. And for those that have continued to support us year over year, who has always been there to say, guys, whatsoever you need, we will give, just to make sure you achieve this goal and you continue to drive it forward. We say thank you very much. For everyone involved in doing this, achieving this, thank you so much. Right. It will be incomplete without literally showing you who the team working tirelessly behind, many of them working tirelessly behind to bring this to pass, who they are. As a matter of fact, a quick disclaimer too. Number one, many of these people probably we don't even know them, because the road they are taking in bringing this event to you is not the front-facing one. But trust me, it took more than 6 months to bring this day to pass in terms of planning, meeting regularly, and getting this done. So wherever you can take this picture and look for them on LinkedIn, connect with them, say thank you, send a thank you note, after this session, just to appreciate them too, because you might never come across them on the internet trying to push something out there, like some of us, do. And that's one. Number two, the slide will not contain them. If I'm to put right here the number of volunteers who are right on this session now, or who are already in the various rooms. We have about 7 rooms that are running, and they are hosting those rooms, making sure each of those sessions run so smoothly. How about those that are already planning for tomorrow? Some are the venue now, cleaning things up, doing the logistics, doing the social media online. We have over 70 volunteers. And I want to take this moment to say, you are our hero, because without you, we can't achieve this. So thank you so much. Okay, getting closer to the full activities, and you will definitely need this. You will need agenda. You need to know what is going on, when, and where. And this is why this link is very important. You can scan the QR code, you can go to the link, you can check your email for the email that I've been shared with you. On the internet, you can go to DataFestAfrica and do on LinkedIn, on Twitter. You will definitely find it right there on the page. You will see flying around, even by typing hashtag DataFestAfrica 2024, likely see that, flying around. But it is good for you to keep this close to you. Take the QR code, take the link, put it somewhere on your status, push it out there. You can easily go back there and click to follow each of those sessions. But it is important that we do this. I'm going to run this now before I talk about, we have just 9 minutes to go to various rooms that we are from for you. Those rooms are packed with different technical learning sessions. So run for 30 minutes, some workshop for 45 minutes is full of learning opportunities. But let me turn this towards David, the two Davids. what is your expectation, for this year's program? And two questions: what's your expectation? Number two, what would you advise everyone right on this call? Because very soon they'll be moving to the different rooms to be part of those sessions. What would be one word of advice you're going to give to them?
Okay, so we have 350 people here right now. So we have a lot of people. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to get your pen and paper, number one. Number two is for us to also, when you go to Twitter or LinkedIn, go to DataFest Africa, check the handle DataFest Africa. I want you to quote tweet any tweet and just type or put a picture that you are listening in on this session right now, and you're going for your first breakout session. Now, the major thing I want you to take from today for the next 4 hours is that I want you to listen in, learn stuff, write them down, share online, share on LinkedIn, share on Twitter, because that is the only way you will learn. That is the only way you learn. I need you to write things. I need to jot things down. If you don't have a paper, a book, or a notepad, get them now. For me, I have the note app for me. So I'm writing things down. I'm making sure that everybody is also listening in. So snap a picture that, oh, you're listening in this conference right now. I'm going to send you a link that you can click and quote tweet it, and you take it up from there. Over to you, Olariwaju.
Well, thank you. That's good because moment matters. I've seen people that by just sharing their experience, what they are learning from a particular session, it shows progressive learning or what we call growth mindset. You can use that as an evidence in any, in any interview, to let them know. Being part of Data First Africa is opening your mind to learn, to grow, and that alone can help you solve a lot of behavioral questions in your interview because you can literally relate things to this. But don't just form questions. Make sure you do what David has advised. Share evidences so that I can easily go back to those things and share them or reminisce on them and use them to build a successful story in the future. All right. David Efong, what would you say?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ola. For this morning session, my expectation, in fact, for the whole of the Data Fest session for this year, my expectation is to learn so much. If you are taking a look at the agenda, you see that it is packed with so many insightful topics ranging from different areas of data, from AI to analytics, so much in-depth knowledge in here to grasp. So my suggestion is to focus on each of these sessions and learn as much as possible and benefit from the community. And my advice for everyone on this call today is as you join any session and every session, as you listen and take notes, ask questions. No question is stupid, no question is dumb, just ask questions because the more you ask, the more you know. So just have an open mind, go in there to learn. Don't feel like, oh, I know this already. No, no, no. Go in there, have an open mind, get ready to learn, and ask as much questions as possible. And when the opportunity comes, even when people ask questions that you can answer, provide answers and solutions to them as well, so that the community can also benefit from you as well. So, yeah, really a great day ahead. I'll pass it back to Ola now.
All right, thank you. We are way behind time, so I want you to click on the link. I have dropped that also in the chat in case you need the link. Let's go back and the session has started. Let's dive in and start learning. Thank you, guys. In case anyone joined, we will be here directing people back to the various rooms. But I appreciate you. It is time to go now and join those breakout rooms. It is time to learn. So, yeah, please, thank you. Thank you. We want to see that reduction. It's time to switch from here to the other side.
Yeah, so you're going to see an email that we send to you. If you don't receive that email, there's a link that we've posted on the chat right now. Click on that link, go to the first chart. So you're going to see the different topics that we have. We have no GPU, no problem. We have getting into AI. Click inside them. Then you're going to see their own different links for you to join. So please go and join your rooms right now. There is nothing for you to learn right now here because this is the general room. I want you to go to the different rooms for you to go and start right now. It's going to start in the next 3 minutes. So I need you to go to the room and get started.
It has even started. It has
Oh, it has
started,
even
David.
started. So please
Yes.
go to the room right now. Go to the room. Go to the room. Leave the event code additional and go to the room. Leave the event code and go to the room. Focus on today. Go to the room. Click on the link that you have right now. The sessionize event.sessionize and go to the room. Israel, I don't want to see your video right now. Go to the room. Mobile, go to the room. Michael, go to the room. I need you guys to go to your rooms right now. Go to your room, go to your room, go to your room. Badmos, Abdul Latif, go to your room. Go and learn something right now. Click and go to your rooms right now. Yeah, thank you, thank you. It's reducing right now. Joseph Ugonna, go to your room. Go to your rooms, go to your room. Click on the link. Click on the link right now. Then from there, go to the room. Go to the different rooms that you have right now on the different session. Click on it, and you're going to see the different session.
Go, yes, click on the link. Let me copy the link again. Some people are using their LinkedIn this thing to drive up the one that matters.
Yeah. And then just to add, so once you click on the link, you will see all the topics available for today, for this session. When you click on a topic that interests you, you're going to see the link to join the
Yeah,
room.
just
So you
if the
copy
link
that
is not
link.
clickable, copy the link and paste on your browser. Yeah, please, we still have 100 dances. People, go and learn now. Go to the other rooms.
Go to your room, go to your room.
Yeah, go to your rooms. Thanks, David. David has already even added the link directly. But yeah. Yeah, go. I'm gonna share again so that you
So the
know
link
this is
right
what is
now,
happening right now.
one
Go
link is not working.
click.
Okay, good.
This is the
Check.
session going on right now.
Yeah.
No GPU, no producer. Room 1. You can filter from here instead of days by rooms, and you see that from room 1, these are the sessions. Room 2, room 3, room 4, room 5. Please go out there. Go there. Start
So they
learning.
mentioned that the enabling AI product to data engineering is not working. Please check that, please. Ola.
That's room 5. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking into that now, room 5. I'll look into that. All right. So now it's over to you, David. Wait. People are still on this session, right?
They are still on this session. I don't
Yeah,
need
we
them
have
in this session.
107.
Hello,
Okay, they
guys.
are
The
done.
breakout room has started. You should go there. Wait. 90. Okay, thank you. He's reducing now, 90 something.
Femi, what are the issues that you have to navigate?
Yeah, we're looking into that other room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me look into there.
People that are just joining in, the breakout session is live, is ongoing. Just use the link and connect to any of the breakout sessions of your interest. All right. Just need a way to join. Forum 2. Forum 2, there's a link. This is the link Forum 2. Okay, Ola's got it.
There's a link for room 2.
Yeah, David, I will join back later, but I need to join other rooms just to go and sort some.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Everyone coming in, you're welcome. If you're just coming in, you're welcome. DataFest is live. Breakout session is ongoing right now. And what we need you to do is to go to the breakout sessions. We put a link in the chat for all the breakout sessions. So you can do else to just join any of them. We have no GUT, no problem. Getting into AI for solving agricultural challenges, deploying reliable agentic workflows for process automation, continuous learning strategies for AI and data science professionals, enabling AI products with data engineering, AI-enabled transformation, leveraging low-code and geospatial AI in Nigerian agriculture. So these sessions are live. We want you to go there and learn. Neva, your hands are raised up. You want to put it on the chat? I must be working this morning.
You've not seen any working link? Okay, so the links aren't working at all.
David, confirm on your end as well, or you want me to confirm?
Okay, I'm confirming. So don't worry, just wait, let me confirm.
Okay. Yeah. Lena, your hands, you raised your hands. You want to type on the chat? Can't see anything. Okay, someone says he's in geostationary room.
Geospatial AI.
Yeah.
Geospatial is room 7. So let's
Yeah.
get the link for you.
Mm. Rooms are not working. So guys, I believe the breakout sessions are ongoing. I still see a lot of people in here. Um,
No. So hi Samuel. Okay. I saw what you sent.
okay. This session will be wrapping up. Um, In the meantime, if you're not able to join any of the session, you can just hold on, and we're working on whatever the issue is to resolve that. Well, I believe that some of the sessions are also ongoing. If the session you had interest in joining, if the link is not working, you want to try another link, so you could just join one of the sessions like this, so you could get benefit from the sessions going on right now. Okay. So aside from room 5, it's I think the other rooms are working.
Yeah, I think so. I think the other rooms are working because a lot of people are in the other rooms. Room 7 isn't working. Okay, so the geospatial room is working because somebody just sent, now there are over 22 people there, the geospatial room.
Okay.
So let me see which room is that exactly, geospatial room.
Okay.
So I need you to
So
click on
just
Nene, please click on the link I just sent. Okay, the passcode. Let me see. Just click on it. Let's see.
it's going to take you to Zoom. So it's Zoom meeting.
Low code AI room 6, low code AI. Okay, so let's see. Okay.
Okay, guys. You were
Continue.
just coming in. You were just something.
No.
Yeah.
Just
So
trying
I'll
to
just
sort.
saying you're coming in right now. Okay. You're welcome. The breakout sessions are ongoing. If you're just joining in, you're welcome. The breakout sessions are going on. So you could join any of the breakout session.
Oh, okay. So Nene is in Netherlands. Okay, I think maybe that is might be where there are issues. Okay, I get you now.
Hmm. 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 Yeah, maybe you want to try a VPN, something. But then aside Nene, we have the numbers reducing. So you can just join any of the breakout sessions going on. Yeah. This is just the main room. Where we need it to be right now is in the breakout session. That is where you would learn. Still not working for me. I'm in Nigeria. Adematics. What room are you referring to, Ade? I'll just share those links again. All the sessions going on right now.
Room 4 has over 138 participants. So people are there.
Yeah, maybe a network issue.
So it might be a network issue because a lot of people are there. That 138, that is a lot. Okay. So for the 23 people that are here, room 5. So let's say room 5. Room 5, room 5, room 5. Okay, enabling data products. So let's see. Let me send you the link. So let's check. So try and check. So there is no room for something called data analysis. So, but let me just look at the topic and see which one is data analysis related. So let's look at it. You can go to room 4. You can go to room 4. You can go to room 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can go to room 4. So you should link to room 4, sir.
Yeah. I
Okay,
just shared it, sir.
thank you. So for others who are having issues, just try and see if you can get it, if you can get it to work. But I think every other person are fine now. So let's see. Okay, Nene, try with your phone. Let's see.
Room 5 link has been shared, Yanolua. All right. For those of us just joining, you're welcome to DataFest Africa 2024. Currently we have breakout sessions going on for technical sessions and workshops. The first set is going on right now and should be wrapping up soon. So you can just do well to join any of them. To access those sessions, you can use the link shared in the chats right now. You'll find all the sessions and anyone that interests you, you can do well to join any of those sessions. All right. Yeah. Today is to learn. Today is to be great to connect with people in these technical workshops. So they are really packed, full, filled with a lot of knowledge to learn. So you're encouraged and advised to join any of these sessions so you can begin to benefit from these powerful events this year. As a newbie, hope this is a place for me. Definitely, this is a place for you. This is a place for you. I think you can join continuous learning strategies that's room 4 for AI and data science professionals. So I think you should join this session. Yeah, and then even though this first cohort should be ending in moments from now, you can join the next cohort with advance you on the session together. But yes, this is the place for you. You're welcome. We're all learning and growing together as a community. You're welcome. Link to room 4. Okay, I just shared it on the chat. I just shared it on the chat. To Emmanuel. That should be the same thing, right? Yeah. Yes. Yes. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. Please join the breakout sessions.
Okay. So thank you very much for those. I don't know why there are still 30 people on this call. For we are just commenting, we're just doing yeah, we're just making sure that everybody have access to different things that they are doing currently. So everybody, they are doing their breakout session. So in the next, I think in the next 2 minutes, there will be a new set of session going on and people will be joining. So how do I know what room to join? You just need to click on, so I'm going to send you this schedule. Just click on the schedule, click on anything that you want to join. You're going to see a link inside of each of the room. Just copy it, paste it on your browser, and you're good to go. Shola, which room is that for the Agric? Let me see. Geospatial AI, Geospatial AI. So let me see. I'm coming.
The special area. Yeah, that's ending right now in the next
It's
1 minute.
actually
Correct.
ending right now, but I have also been posting these links since. I've been posting it. That is in the room 7. I've been posting it since it's room 7. Check room 7. But I need you guys to start looking at the different this thing right now. So let me see if I can share. Let me see. Can I share my screen? Okay, great. I can share my screen. So if you go to screen 1 right now, you're going to see right now is that, okay, what am I sharing? What can you see?
Sessionize schedule.
Okay, great. So if you go to days, you're going to see rooms. If you go to days, you see this is day, but if you click on days, you're going to see rooms. So now, right now, you can see the general room, which we are in right now. But if you go to room 1, you can see 11:20. 10:20 was the one that was happening right now, but soon it's going to be done and the next room will be in 11:20. So you can see room 2, room 3. But now let's say room 1, you want to go to room 1, you click on the chat, you're going to see this. Join the session with this link. Take this link, copy it, and what you're going to do is that you're just going to just paste it on your browser. Make sure you paste it on your browser. You see, Zoom is out already, and he's asking me if I want to join, but I don't want to join. Have you gotten now? So that is just the way you will join each of the groups. So I go back again. What I want to do is this. I'm going to rooms. See, change from your days to rooms. Go to days, change it to rooms. Then you can do this. Another thing that you can do is that on your days, you can just pick your favorites that you want to check. Your favorites, you pick them so that when you go to days, you just click on favorites and all the favorite topics that you want to listen to, then you learn from them. So that is the way for you to join the different groups right now. So now I know that the second room will kick off soon. I think so. Yeah, I think it's going to kick off soon. Let me see. Yes, kicked off. So you need to go to the other room. So let me try and see if I can get some of the topics for you. Just click on them and get the links. Click on them and get the links. So I'm going to put it in the chat right now. Click on them and get the links so that you are, yeah, click on them, get the links and go to your rooms. Click on them, get the links and go to your room. Thank you very much. Over to you, David.
Yeah, thanks so much, David. The first session is already done, and the next session of the breakouts session is already live now. So it seems that we already posted the link there. We have generative AI and its use in bringing change to our local community, from data engineering to AI, product management, AI-enabled transformation, agentic AI in action. So guys, join any of these sessions, right? So we do not want you in this general room. This general room is just a commentary session for us to see that everyone is being getting the value they require from any of these sessions. So would expect these numbers to reduce. So I believe some people coming back, they're coming back from a previous session. So I want you to know that there's another session going on right now immediately. It's packed, it's back to back. So just check the chat and join anyone that interests you. For those who are new into data and trying to find out what's it called, which one will be much more valuable to you, you want to check out generative AI and its use in bringing change, right? So generative AI is applied. Everyone uses generative AI today. Are you a beginner or an advanced or an expert? Everyone uses generative AI. So you could just go in there and see how you could even learn how to apply it beyond your personal use in local community in Nigeria. For data engineers who want to transition to AI product management, you want to take that session from Kinetico One Core on mapping the career transition. And even though you're trying to transition from something else data engineering or transition from a non-data role to a data role, basically transition is transition. The core tenets or the core values you need for any transition is the same. So you could just go in there and learn what's required to make that career transition from whatever field to the next field of your interest. For people interested in the links have just been shared above. The link has just been shared above. Okay, I believe. All right, thank you. For those of us who want to learn about data management, you can join AI-enabled transformation in transport and logistics, focusing on data management in operations. A lot of businesses, a lot of data professionals, you do data without any inkling of data management. You just want to get your data working. You want to get your dashboards up and running and your pipelines up and running, but you don't really spend any focus on data management and governance, especially in business operations. So you want to learn how you could optimize your data solutions, your organizations for data management best practices, especially in Nigeria right now, where we have our data privacy laws going on. So you want to consider going into that session so you can learn how to get the best out of that. And open source tools, how open source tools are shaping the future of AI and data and beyond. And you love open AI, you love not open AI, you love open source. You can go into that session, right? So a lot of open source companies are winning in the AI space and tech space today. And then you can also learn how they're doing this. And you can also develop an open source solution for us in Nigeria, right? I know there's this Danfo JS by Nigerian. I can't remember his name. I think he's based in the UK, but he has an open source solution for programming. So these are just things available for us all. So we can just go into any sessions. Yeah, I can see that our numbers are growing in here. You're welcome, but we do not necessarily want you there. We want you to go to the breakout sessions. The breakout sessions are ongoing. This general room is just a commentary room where we take commentaries and just direct people into the virtual sessions. David, so I wanted to ask you, just curious to see. So if you were to go to any of these sessions right now, which of them would you have gone to?
Oh, the one that is really happening right now?
Yes, the one happening right now.
Let me check. So one of the ones I really wanted to even learn from is the generative AI and its use in bringing change to our local communities. That is one big one that I want to look at. And also, again, it's as if that you want to listen to all of them because all of them have
Right?
good content. Sincerely, these are good content that I am seeing right now. So you have also from data engineering to AI product management. I would likely watch that later on. There was also the transport and logistics. That is another massive one that you really want to listen to. But also again is that now during this call we are going to be bringing new people onto the call to just chat and have conversation with. So the first person that I have right now, I have Paul. Paul, can you unmute yourself and can you share your video? Let me see. Is it possible, Paul? Yeah, you can share the video. How are you, Paul? How is London? Oh, you're mute. Okay. So I guess maybe the issue that we have before. So let me look for Paul and let me see if I can unmute him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hi, David.
Hi, Paul. How is London?
Today we have a great weather today, actually. So, thank God.
Yeah, makes sense. So, one of the things I wanted to ask you, why the different competition, different sessions are going on, is your experience around the hackathon. What happened? I know that there's a lot of things that is happening, but what happened? How is the hackathon? What are the good experience that we have there?
So this year, when we set out to organize the datathon along with Belumi and other members of the team, we were interested in solutions, like practical solutions that could actually make impacts, especially in African societies. We didn't want to bring up something very fictional. We wanted something that affects everyone around us. And at the end of the day, we wanted solutions to be built around that. And that was the direction we went this year. So we're tackling education problem. For a country that has over 200 million people, and you have lots of children, also dealing with children out of school, we needed to bring a solution that can impact that. And we are looking at improving students' outcomes, like academic outcomes. So how then can data solve this problem? So that was the direction we went this year. And to be very honest, myself and the other members of the team, we are blown away by the solutions. Like David, the focus here is not just the top 5. I wish we had more bandwidth and more resources to expand to top 10, top 15. Every solution we saw was a hit. People came up with different things. We didn't even expect what we were seeing. And I'm really proud of everyone that participated. I'm hoping that we get these solutions to more stakeholders so that they can invest in this. That is the goal, right? We want stakeholders to invest in these solutions for education. Education is really critical for a country like Nigeria and also other African countries. And I'm very proud of these solutions. And I want to encourage everyone who has participated, whether you're not a finalist, please take your time to go back, fine-tune this thing and present it. You don't necessarily need to be a finalist for these solutions to be implemented. And really, I'm blown away. The session tomorrow, I'm sure some people will be able to see some of this, and we'll still find a way to package the rest of the solutions so people can also have access to the other submissions. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. I love that. So because sincerely, I know that education is a very big factor in Nigeria, in Africa, because if we want to really grow, the education sector needs to grow at a very, very big level. And we finding a solution to it is very, very important for everybody. So I agree to that. For me, I can't even wait to see the solutions that every other people will be bringing, will be showing tomorrow, because it's so massive for us to see the way people think, the way data analysts, the way data engineers, the way they source for this data set. Because one of the things that we wanted to teach people is that we don't want people to think that there is no data somewhere. And I am happy the way you, your team, you and Pelumi, I don't know if Pelumi is on this call, made sure that people are able to think critically on how to get their data set. And they are now able to say, okay, if I can get my data set through this way because of the because of the DataFestAfrica event, going forward, I should not be complaining about, oh, there is no
No
data.
data.
Yeah,
Exactly.
now they should now start understanding that there is a way to get data, and I love the way you put it, that the great results that came out from the methodology that you guys use. So hopefully we are going to see it tomorrow. Hopefully we see it tomorrow. Yeah.
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 Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. One last question also from you is that when you look at the way we've started, David, please help with room 4 link. If you look at the way we started in 2022 before you left for London, how have you seen DataFestAfrica?
The growth is massive. Sometimes we tend to underplay these things, but they are very important. For example, I'll speak from the category where I've been very active, the Datathon, right? So for some of us here, the Datathon is just a competition where data professionals just come together to build solutions to solve a problem and the likes. We've seen people get opportunities. We've seen people, as a result of working together, they've gone on to like build projects together. This has, built collaborations. You might look at it, oh, it's just a competition, it's just small. We have people who have worked in like the biggest consulting organizations in the world because of these opportunities we've given people, like we've provided. So Data Community Africa now, like the work we are doing and the work the rest of the team is doing, everyone contributing, I don't think we should take it for granted. It's very important. It has grown from what we've seen in 2022. I mean, to be very honest, looking at the whole financial like projections for this year, like the whole trend and everything, I personally was a bit worried. I was thinking, oh, how is this year's turnout going to be? And to be very honest, I'm blown away. I'm very happy that we are not declining. Like this is just the start. Like compared to like plans and people that are also invested in this, no matter how the global economy is going, the community is standing strong. The impact is exponential. Trust me. When you invest in one person, that person goes on to like invest in more people. Just imagine touching one life, and one life is, exponentially affecting other people's lives. The impact is very great. So I really want to thank the organizers, thank everyone who has invested in this particular thing. And I'm just praying that your strength will never win. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. So how is London weather? How is the London weather?
I mean, we are approaching winter. We've had cold days. Today's weather. I don't know, maybe it's because of data fest. Maybe I don't know. But I to be very honest, I stepped outside today. Like we have the sun. It's good. 100.
Oh, cool. So because in Lagos currently we heard that the rain is
Yes.
raining heavily. So but hopefully your team you're able to get something. Opeyemi is here. Okay. Opeyemi, come on the call. I need you. If you can come on the call, that would be nice. I need you on the call. We already have different set of people that will scheduled to come on the call to comment on Data Africa, the AI, and the ecosystem. So it's so important that we have these different conversations around it. And it's nice hearing from Paul talking about the hackathon for this year, the different amazing solutions that was built, around the education sector. For me, tomorrow, I can't wait to see it. Okay, David, I can see what you sent. Okay, great. I will man the post from here on. Okay, so thank you very much, David F. Young. Okay, so but one of the things also, Paul, that I was thinking when we wanted to plan this year, is, and you said it right. You said that when we see the differences between DataFest 2022 and DataFest 2024, they're way different. So let me give you. I don't know if you're on the call when we had it. Mubarak is here. Okay, great. Mubarak, you can on your video. I know that it's going to be like 5 a.m. your time or 6 a.m. your time in US time zone. So you can on the video and we can have a very good conversation with you. So one of the things we notice is that today we have over 350 people on the call. Over 350 people on the call. I have been on virtual sessions, but I'm not sure I have been on virtual sessions that have over 350 people on the call. So that is massive. That is massive because when Africa we say that, oh, virtual, people don't attend virtual events, oh, internet issues and stuff like that. The momentum that we have been able to build from the last 2 months to this point has been massive. What do you think, Paul? Oh, you're on mute. Oh, okay. I need to get these guys to give me access to be able to do this. Okay, so let me see.
All right. I think you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So sorry, the question again.
Yeah, so I was saying that if we look at last year, last 2 years, where we have a lot of people also, even at the University of Lagos, down to this point. I'm saying that imagine the first event this year, and we have over 350 people on the call.
I mean,
350 people after like just 15 minutes on the call. What do you think about that?
it's not just that. I don't think you're also considering that today is a Thursday. It's not even a weekend. It's a Thursday morning, like Thursday morning, and you have this number of people. I mean, I would say it is breaking every stereotype. It's breaking like boundaries, like stereotypes. People might think, oh, people will not be able to like join this. People are engaged. People are hyped for this particular event. People are investing in this particular event. It says a lot. If you can have over 300 people on a Thursday morning in Nigeria, I mean, don't let people tell you otherwise that they're looking at developed countries. No, I mean, this is happening in the heart of Nigeria. I know we have other countries, people from other countries like also tuning in, and in different time zones, like people are in different time zones. Oga Mubarak is about to join us. I mean, he's in another time zone entirely. And I'm sure his time is not really convenient, but people are invested in this to show you the amount of effort, the amount of intention that goes into this. So yes, it is really a big one for the team. And we can also even continue to track engagement. I mean, you can have 300 people and all of a sudden it drops. Like we've not witnessed that sharp drop. People are engaged just at the start. And it is a very good sign for like the events going forward. So yes, it's really a big achievement. Hi, Mr. Okwe.
Okwe is on the call. So let me see if I can unmute Okwe. I don't know who is able to help us unmute. I think there's somebody doing that, but let's see. But Olumide, you said you're having issues. What is the issues, please? Exactly. Thank you very much. Let us know what the issues are so that we can help. Let us know what the issues are. For the three, which of the three that you are trying to do, so that let us know which room do you need, so that we can help you just get the link, the Zoom link immediately. that will be fine if that is what you need. Let me see if we can bring in Okwe to speak.
While we are waiting for Okwe to come on, I would just want to like encourage everyone who is going to be physically around for the events, please be very intentional, like coming to the event. You don't want to sound like a pastor say when you come to the meeting, but I think it's the same thing. Once you are going to the event, be very intentional. Like, first thing, you can also map out people you want to meet in person. I think it's very important. I mean, David, the first time we met was at, I think it was Power Platform event in 2022. That was the first time we met physically, right?
Yeah.
So people will be surprised that a lot of friends I have also come from the data space. I mean, I can remember meeting Yenka in person. We've met virtually, but I can remember the experience when I met her, like also a Power Platform. A lot of people. So you can map out people you've interacted with, you've done projects with, that you would want to meet in person. And for some of you that are looking for mentors, it might be easier having conversations with people like physically and, compared to like having it virtually over social media and the like. So please take this time. The events you also want to meet, you might be looking to meet up with someone who you want him to mentor you. You might show interest by attending their events, show genuine interest. So you have to be intentional about everything. The sessions you're picking, the people you're meeting, the organizations stand you're going to be visiting. You'll be surprised at how it is going to be like very helpful for your career, your relationships, and the like. So I just want to just keep that in.
Thank you. Okpeyemi, congratulations on your award from US. So one of the best people that we have in data space that we ship to the global world to be representing us. One of them is Okpeyemi Fabi. And I can remember when I and Okpe knew each other since 2019. And one of the other things that I think 2018, 2019 is that we've been able to grow either in different ways, but it's still in the same data field. We've been able to grow and get to a very good point of our career where we now combine together. Also, Okpeyemi is part of the team that is planning, that has been planning DataFest 2022. And he has been an amazing person helping us do everything possible to see every logistics that you think that happens at DataFest Africa. The brain of that is Okpeyemi Fabi. Every logistics, whatever happens there. So congratulations, Okpeyemi. How are you? How was your flight back to Nigeria?
Oh yeah, good to be here. In all honesty, I think I'm still having a bit of jet lag because I traveled across like 3 different time zones from Vegas, that's like PDT, to I went down into Washington DC and then back to Nigeria. Technically, almost like 19 hours actually. So it was really a lot of stress. And then here we are also still planning DataFest. Paul, so good to see you. How's it going?
Fine, thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, you said something earlier, which was actually something I want to hammer on, how that the conference is like an opportunity for you to get to meet people where mentoring become easy. So let me share a bit of context on the conference I just finished, which is at Vegas Coalesce, is the largest analytics engineering conference in the world. And then one of the sessions I attended was by Joe Reese. Joe Reese is one of the best thought leader in the data world at the moment. And after his session, people started reaching out to him, which is normal, right? And then he said something. He said, when you reach out to me on LinkedIn, just comment that we met at the conference, that because he get tons of DMs, so there's no way he could respond to everybody and he could connect to everybody. But by him just saying that, once you drop a message and say, okay, fine, we met at Coalesce conference, then it make it easy for him to know, okay, fine, this is someone I've met. So I say that to say that, like what you said, Paul, where sometimes conference just kind of bridge the gap, as again, because these people get a lot of DMs, which is totally normal. But putting a face to that name, having conversation, kind of make it easy such that they will be the one to let you know medium on how you can reach out to them because you've had interaction with them, and that can also just make it much easier. And that's one of the importance of conferences. So aside the learning opportunity, trust me, the lineup is explosive. Everyone has been talking about that. But the most important thing is that you literally have the opportunity to really meet people you've been looking up to. And also, you also get to meet people laterally, people who are also, you are also in the same journey. And one thing I would say is, don't try to be, you might be introverted, but try as much as possible to engage with people. The easiest conversation starter is everyone is in data space. So that means just reach out to anyone and say, oh, hello, my name is Dave. I currently do ABC. I'm currently learning what you do. Like, that's just the easiest conversation starter. Everyone is in data, but you don't know what exactly they do. The aspect of data, right? So all you just need to do is reach out to anyone you meet, you want to have a conversation with, ask them what they do, what's their role, what industry do they work in, how long they've been working, what tools do they use. Trust me, by the time you start those conversations, 10 minutes has gone, and before you know it, all that conversation can then spiral out of that. So I'm saying that to say that it's a conference where it's already niche, so you shouldn't have a bit of challenge engaging anybody. So anyone, I think the data community generally is one where I'm not sure if anyone is a bit condescending. So which means everyone will be open to have a conversation with you as long as you also started. So in case you're like, oh, I'm introverted, how do I engage? How do I talk? What exactly should I say? I've given you one of the best starters, and that's what I did at Qualys, right? Literally just, once I meet anyone, I think if I want to engage this person, I just reach out to you. Hello, what do you do? I currently do this. I've been in the space XYZ. I currently use this tool. I'm curious to know what exactly you do. What kind of problems do you solve? So that way you also get to learn what people are doing. Yes, the reality is you can't meet everybody. And that's why which is why you also want to do a bit of planning all the sessions you want to join, planning all the people you probably want to meet, in addition to some random people you definitely will also meet, because your next recruiter definitely would definitely be in that all with you. So you want to maximize all the opportunity. Hi, Femi, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. And I like what you said, Okwe, that has to do with people having a mindset, being prepared that, oh, they are going for an event. So it's not really about the shouting of, oh, I'm going for DataFest for the first time, the second time, the third time. It's about being strategic, understanding that, okay, this is what I want to go there for. And you make sure that you hit your target as much as possible. Femi, can you unmute yourself? Can you speak, Femi? Okay, you can. So we're going to check it out. Don't worry, we're going to check it out for you. So, but while we are checking it out, we have 70 people here. So I don't know why you are listening to us and you're not in the different rooms. But anyways, if you're here, you're fine. So, but I think that we are going to be going into the next session soon. I think, yeah, that is one with Data Science Network. And that one, I want you guys to listen to that. That is a big one. That has to do with empowering Northern Nigeria through data science and AI. So they'll be doing a lot of work around that. So if you want to be able to know what that is, I think that you can attend also that. We just finished our session right now. Okay, Godwin, you just finished your session. So how was the session, Godwin? Okay. So let me also, don't worry, I'm doing multiple things. So let me just try and bring in Femi over.
So Paul, how is the weather at the moment? I heard you were talking about where I said the London weather is one I know is just very
No, but I was telling David that today, I mean, looking outside my window, the weather is perfect. I mean, I'm saying maybe it's because it's DataFest. I don't know the Babalawo you guys are using, but I mean, yeah, very good today.
Because I know the London weather is one that is so terrible, where it's clear and in 1 hour it's pouring. London and Netherlands are the two weather that is so annoying. I don't know which one is the worst between the Netherlands weather and the London weather. I don't know which of the two, because I know Netherlands is also very terrible. But London, because in January, I think I had a trip planned, and in the morning the weather was clear. Even weather forecast said it's going to be a clear day, only for it to get out by like.
David knows now when David came to London, David experienced.
I mean, London weather is the worst.
I don't like London.
Really?
I was in London.
London weather is the worst. It's well documented.
It's It's the
It's well
word.
documented. It's not just about the code, it's the rain. It's
Nah,
the everything that comes with the weather.
nah,
It
London.
is. It is. So, what's up? Good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Good
I,
morning,
I
Femi.
think the most exciting thing about this call this morning for me is I can literally again congratulate everybody. I'm looking at their faces right now. Because I've said congratulations, maybe, but maybe not while looking at your face. So, Paul, congratulations on your master's degree.
Thank you,
You
boss.
continue to do us proud everywhere in the world. And
Thank you.
it's amazing the community that we have built, such that wherever it is we see our own people, I'm amazed by the goodness that our people are doing everywhere in the world. And it's if nothing speaks about the how special Nigerians are. If the government won't speak about it, if the elite won't speak about it, it's beautiful to see that the youth of this country will continue to do it, regardless.
Thank you so
David,
much.
congratulations to you also. I cannot share the details, but in due time we'll share the details. Okwemi, Ogawa,
Okpa is our boss.
congrats.
He's our boss.
Congratulations.
Okpa is our
Congratulations.
boss.
So, and I'm sure I can see a couple of names on this list that I've seen wonderful news from in the past 1 year or so. And I think perhaps one of the goals of this kind of engagement is that we can beyond what we see. Oh, I saw on Instagram he's doing this. I saw on this he's doing this. Oh, Waldo, I saw on LinkedIn he's doing this. Is that we can have that platform to come together once again every year, such that we can then revisit things, look at our gains, appreciate our gains, and also identify opportunities for every other person or every one of us to also grow. And I think that eats into what Opeyemi, what Paul, what David has been saying as regards the data fest tomorrow, especially the physical section. It might not be very easy to network online. But what I always say is that to do good networking, you could go from two ways. And I think Okwe mentioned that either you could start from physical, then you could go to online or virtual, or you can start from virtual and then go to online. So either of those two can work. So you can meet somebody at an event, and because you met them at an event, you established your face, you established what it is you're there for. Then you can go eat on that once you meet virtually to say, oh, how do you do? XYZ, we met Kiniko. We spoke about ABC. I'd like you to do, or I'd like to stay in contact with you one thing. You don't want to start asking people for things too early. For example, if I meet you once and you start asking me for a job, I'm sorry, I'm not even the employer. It doesn't work that way. But build those networks, build those connections. Eventually, when people start to see what you're able to do, they'd even offer you in some cases. They'll be the ones to reach out to you and say, please, can you do XYZ? So that's one thing. Another way is you establish that connection online, then you meet them physical, then you do it.
Femi, hold that thought. So you know that I lead the whole commentary, so I have to make sure that my people in the community are well fed. Currently, there's a new session going on currently right now. We have empowering the northern women. I have sent the link in. Responsible AI, I've sent also the link. So it takes you straight to this. So just make sure that you join so that you get what you need to learn. I'm also going to be sending all other links for people to join into. Over to you, Femi.
Oh, I think he has muted himself.
Okay, so you just try as well not to be unmuting yourself, to mute yourself. Let me see.
Okay. I wasn't very sure about that. So again, as I was saying, so you could go by either of both routes. Both routes works and is exciting. Something just happened right now as I unmuted myself. Someone sent me some money, and the good thing about this money the person sent was that. So I was having some engagement as regards how I can contribute to the community this year, and I was saying, oh, I just released the book. Can I make that book available for as many people as possible? I had some communication with some friends, just something we kept in house. A couple of you might know about it. And we said, okay, what can we do to subsidize book for people at these events? And I've not mentioned this before. So for example, number one is we'll be giving out a copy of the book to every member of the winning team. So I don't know how many there are, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll give one to every member of the winning team. But beyond that, what we'll also do is instead of the 20,000 naira that we're selling the book, at DataFest tomorrow, we will be selling the book somewhat between 12,000 and 10,000. I'd have to do the maths, but we'll be going as much as maybe 45% to 50% discount on the book, just so we can make sure that it's available to as many people as possible tomorrow and maybe on Friday also. Maybe it might be just the first 50 copies or whatnot, but we certainly would be looking to say, oh, how can we contribute? And that's what we'd like to do. Thank you.
My mentor Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer is here. Well, Mr. Femi, congratulations on your book. Really, I think my copy, someone is supposed to bring my copy, but trust me, I'll read. And I just want to also encourage everyone, get the book. I mean, with these discounts and opportunity sharing, I was expecting lots of reaction. I mean, you can clap. There's the reaction thing there. I mean, it's something to be excited about. Coming from Mr. Femi, like his experience.
And the book does not just come from me. I mean, the book comes from Okpe. The book comes from David, because, well, most people, obviously, when you write a book, your name is on that book technically, but this is a book that comes from the contribution and collaboration of maybe 20, 30 other people, right? Maybe 20, 30 people looking into the book saying, Mubarak, this is good, but XYZ area can be improved. I think we should tune it this way. I remember when I had just the table of content, I had not even written much, just table of content. I showed David, and David was like, oh, amazing. Tweak this way, tweak that this way, tweak this way. And that's pretty much the same thing. I had a whole manuscript of a chapter sent to Okpe. Okpe was like, this is how you are going, you'll cause wahala. Oh yeah, tweak this. And that's how we got to that book. So whilst I will take all of the credit for that book, and thank God I'm taking the credit, but whilst I will take that credit, is actually the head work of many other people. And when you look at that book, you see in the appreciation, I couldn't write appreciation properly because it was not possible. I had to just say contributors and just list as many names as possible. And I still missed out names, unfortunately. So if you get the opportunity to be around tomorrow, please take advantage of the subsidy, and it would be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Jennifer. Hi. Jennifer was one of the first set of people that I said I wanted to bring on the call. But obviously today is Thursday, so she has been busy. So let me try and see if I can unmute you so that you can speak. Let me see. Yeah, you should be able to speak now. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello.
Council of Chiefs.
So
introduce yourself. Where are you joining from?
Where are you joining
What do you do?
My name is Jennifer Ibe. I am a data engineer. I'm joining you from a room at the office, clearly. Because it's a work day. What else? That's it.
Okay, so Jennifer, you notice that right now you came in very late, so I'm going to just give you some little bit of rundown a little bit. So you know where we are coming from in 2022 and how we've been able to grow over. But today, let me tell you that when we started with over 350 people on the call. Over 350 people on the call. Yes, exactly. So, and that has also shown the rate at which we've grown the content. You have one of the best data engineering content in Africa, where we have a lot of people who have gained knowledge in data engineering. But my major question to you is that how have you seen the growth even within data engineering, but how have you seen the growth of DataFestAfrica? Do you really think that DataFestAfrica was really, really important when it started and where it's going to?
Thank you, David. Everyone can see the massive growth that is, and the massive movement that is DataFestAfrica. To be honest, yeah, I knew the ecosystem, like the data ecosystem, needed something, but a couple of people, me, very, like, let me not say for myself, I was too lazy to do anything about it. So I messaged a couple of people. I'm like, hey, don't you think we should have this? And then they were like, oh, start it now. And I was like, no, thank you. I'm fine. I'm good. And I'm super excited for like the growth, the amount of, you know how you can see growth in leaps and bounds. Yeah, it's not linear, right? It feels like every year it becomes bigger and better. It is literally becoming bigger and better. Like think about the very first one I attended. I think that was in Unilag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was, planning was great. I mean, I had a great time, but then when I went for the second one, I was like, excuse me, what is happening here? Like it's just really amazing, and how it feels like we, a couple of like disciplines, or let me say other people, kind of bound together, especially if you're in tech. But with us, it feels like we are truly, I'm not going to say we're a family because that's what companies are so fun to street, but it literally feels like you can see everybody willing to help. Take for example what Femi was saying about his book, yeah. Messaging people and being like willing to help, it's not something that's very common with other like tech people, like not in data. But I think that because of DataFest, it has made us more close knit, not a family. And you can see everyone is pushing everyone to like, hey, we want you to we want you to succeed. We're rooting for you. Another example I would give about how I feel like DataFest Africa has contributed to like the data ecosystem. Um, I can't remember the exact time, but there was somebody was David, I think I saw your post. I don't know. I got Onye. Do you remember Onye's when you said, "Oh, he needed a job in this thing"? You see how many tweets that gathered in how many days, and how everybody felt like we're all coming together as like a. I'm not going to say family, a group to support him.
Okay,
I'm just
say a
saying
community, say community,
thank you, my dear, a community to support him, and it's really just because of DataFest. So thank you so much, David, and every other person who is making this possible, because it feels like we have a community where you can ask questions, get support, get help if you need help, like with your queries, data, whatever, everything. But thank you so much. You can clearly see how DataFest Africa is leading the data movement, especially in like Nigeria and to the rest of the world. So
Thank
yay.
you. Thank you very much. So don't mute, because if you mute, I have to find a way to unmute you. So, but for those who are on the call, I want you to join Responsible AI in practice. Leveraging Microsoft AI in ethical data science is by the Data Science Network team, DSN team. So you will learn a lot in that session. I want you to join that. So, okay, over to you, Jennifer. You've said a lot about how we come in as a community to do the things that we needed to do to make sure that every other person are growing. Now, the thing that I wanted to ask you now, in the field of data engineering, there'll be a lot of people here asking things around data engineering. So for a lot of people know a lot about data analysis, data science, but we're going into, which I'll still bring back up to talk about analytic engineering. But for data engineering itself, what did you see? How have you seen the growth in data engineering? Because let me give you, for example, Najim is here, and Najib too will talk about it. I hope you and Najib have seen each other in UK, hopefully, because I know that Najib is in Wolverhampton team, so you need to connect with Najib. Najib, when Najib spoke about data engineering in DataFest 2022, that was when oh, she's not in UK. She will need to go to UK and visit people, because when I come to UK, everybody, all of you, wherever you guys are, she's in Globe. So, but one thing there is that how have we seen that growth of data engineering? Because I can remember in DataFest 2022, to get one data engineer was like you're looking for a pin in where do we call it now, in a sack. But right now, to get data engineers, it's not like it's like everywhere, but I can see the difference even in our hackathon. In our hackathon, we have over 100 teams, and in each of those teams, there is a data engineer. So maybe even Najib, I'll bring Najib in, both of you, to talk about it. How have you seen the growth of data engineering field within the African space?
Maybe,
It's super
maybe,
exciting.
sir, maybe just to add to the question, which I want to hear from Jennifer and Najib, is what do you think was like a major challenge that the Nigerian ecosystem have relating to really adopting or even hiring a lot of data engineers, which even though yes, is great now, but what do you think was like a major challenge and how do you think we can solve that as a community in the coming years? So just so you can add that to your conversation.
Okay, I'll go first. To be honest, at first, it was kind of hard to find data engineers with a certain level of experience. It was a very new thing for us. Bear in mind that at some point, now it's getting better. Like our data, like the adoption of data by a lot of industries in Nigeria is changing. So now you can see that, oh, there is actually a need for a data engineer. Before, when you say you're a data engineer, somebody will be like, oh, dashboard. And I'm like, what? I'm saying that even the dashboard was like the fact that it'd be like, oh, dashboards, that was a huge thing because companies, our data was not so developed that you would need like a data engineer to, like, there wasn't need for it at that point because we hadn't gone through like a development at that point. Like the companies didn't know what we could offer, right? And also, to be honest, a lot of people didn't know about it. I would say that DataFestAfrica was a great place to be able to talk about, like at the first time when I remember for the very first one, when I said I was a data engineer, people were like, what is that? What do you do? To be honest, it was kind of like being introduced. It was very much data science and data analyst heavy. We're very much data science and data analyst heavy. Up until then people knew that, oh, this was a valid path for anyone who wanted to be in data space but wanted to do more software engineering things and cloud stuff and all of that. So I would definitely say that DataFestAfrica helped with that. For now, I think we have a couple of seasoned data engineers, which is great. I mean, doing super amazing things. In just 3 years, I think we have more than, I don't know, not quadrupled, but it's amazing. Like I saw someday somebody was saying, oh, I'm a data engineer at this company. And I'm like, excuse me, what are you looking for there? How did you get there? I thought we all just started and we all just have like 4 or 5 years experience. But it's really amazing that, and I feel like DataFestAfrica played a role in like telling people that, hey, this is a valid like place to be or like a valid career path for you. And especially now in Nigeria where it feels like our data ecosystem is just developing to somewhere where you are actually needed. And it's not just needed in the sense that, hey, come and do some data engineering stuff on the side and then you design dashboards for us. It's actually like your skills are actually needed. And we can, sorry, I lost my train of thoughts. Your skills are actually needed and you can actually like see, companies can actually see the potential that you being like in addition to joining a team would bring. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, over to you, Najim.
All right. Can you hear me? Just mic check.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, really nice to be here. Thank you for inviting David. Morning or afternoon or wherever time zone you are in, to everyone on the call. So just quick introduction about myself for those I've meeting for the first time. So my name is Najib Sulaiman and I'm currently in the UK working as a data engineer. So I work with Jaguar Land Rover, which is a company that manufactures vehicles. So if you ever heard of Range Rover, so I work with that company that manufacture Range Rover vehicles, so many other brands. So on the topic, it's interesting to be honest, and personally, I've observed, I've experienced, because I founded a community, data engineering community. So I've seen how it has evolved over time. Like David mentioned, so the whole vision or the whole idea of the data engineering community started from DataFestAfrica, which is the maiden edition 2022. So I spoke at DataFestAfrica 2022, and after the presentation, a lot of people reached out. Oh, I love your presentation. Oh, what is data engineering? Oh, how can I start? So I found myself having to make a lot of awareness, having to answer a couple of questions, the same question and repeating to multiple persons. So, and that was how it all started. Okay, fine, rather than having to duplicate my efforts, so why not just get people together and start dishing out information? And that's how it started. So it started with myself, trying to teach as much as I can. So, and I can tell you now, it's really been massive. We are a community that is very vibrant now. Even most times I don't even get to answer questions, because sometimes either I'm busy with something or somebody has already answered, and I'm also learning a lot, from people, something that started from, if I don't answer questions, not many people can answer questions in the chat, now we have people that, ranging from different level of experiences, answering questions, which is really good, is really, really great. And as regards the awareness, so like Jennifer said before, I think it started with, DSN, AI, Saturdays, a lot of things about data science, artificial intelligence, then at some point, analytics, and nobody was hearing about data engineering. Nobody, it was nowhere to be found. In fact, there was a time, if you search on LinkedIn, you hardly find data engineer as a job title for, people in Nigeria space. So yeah, and what we are doing in data engineering community is awareness and upskilling of people and data engineering. That being said, what I also found out is even then, is lack of awareness. The major reason why we didn't have much data engineers is because of lack of awareness. Because for myself, as an example, I was already doing data engineering before I found out the title data engineer. If that makes sense.
Exercise days. Exercise.
Yeah, exactly, because that was my introduction also, and I didn't think of it as engineering. It was just part of BI for me.
So I was already doing data engineering before, so what I'm doing is data engineering. So it's also a lack of awareness, so which is a lot better now. So people now, have more awareness about what it's actually about, and especially now that is time of AI, a lot of things about artificial intelligence. But I used to tell people that you are the bedrock, right? There is no AI or any data science want to do without quality data. So like you are the foundation of everything. So which is really great. As regards what Okwe says, so that I can give other people time a chance to talk. As regards the challenges, so I think the major challenge, aside from the awareness, which are trying to really work towards, and we've seen a lot of improvement. Like David said, we have a lot of people coming even from data engineering community participating in the hackathon. So I have some, I know personally that I know they participated. The other side is upskilling. Data engineering is very confusing. It's not like any other tech field that you can, some tech field actually that you already know, like a straightforward roadmap. Data engineering is so diverse. You can be in a data engineering in a team, you are more heavy on analytics. You go to another team, they're more heavy on infrastructure. So there are a couple of tools and technologies that, as a beginner, you really get confused. And if you are confused on where to start, how do you then even learn something? So the skill is really lacking, and in partnership with core data engineers. So shout out to core data engineers. So we have someone in the community that funded a bootcamp. So it's a bootcamp to train data engineers. And we are currently running a cohort, which is the first cohort, and we have almost 200 participants that we onboarded into that cohort, training them across all range of skills in data engineering. So which is really massive. So we are even expecting more skilled data engineers in a couple of months now.
Amazing.
So which is really great.
Amazing.
So yeah, so upskilling is a challenge, which we are trying our best to.
Yeah, and I know David mentioned earlier with Jennifer's course, but personally, because I've been saying, how can I start eating this data engineering money? Because that's an easy way to add maybe 20% to my paycheck, or maybe 15 to 20% to my paycheck, really. So I checked out Jennifer's course. Amazing course, by the way. Especially when it comes to the technical side of things. So strong on the SQL side, strong on the Python side. And I was really excited by the quality of that course. And then more importantly, how much people it has impacted. I think at one point, maybe about 50 people had 50 of us. Let me say 50,000 people rather. So 50,000 of us have learned from that course. So again, this is a big one to say. Beyond what David said before, that she has a wonderful course. If the course is on LinkedIn, is readily available, it's a good place to learn. But like Najib also said, there are different sides. Some companies will be heavy on infrastructure, and some companies will be heavy on the technical side. But one thing that is certain is that if you do not have the technical side, the infrastructure would not matter at all anyways. You cannot just do anything in that space. So yeah, just to put that out there again.
Great. Thank you very much, you guys. But before we go on, also, I want to make sure that for those on this call, we have the emerging ethical landscape. We want you to join that room. It might ask you for a code, but if you look at the chat, there's a code there, 2741000, 2741000. So I want you to go there, join, and understand what it means by how to be ethical within this AI space. It's so important for you to know that type of conversation is so important. So now I want to go now to Okpeyemi. I want to go to Okpeyemi, then I go back to Jennifer. So to Okpeyemi, you now know that there is the new, we can't even call it a new field anymore, because now analytic engineering is now, you have the DBT, you have Microsoft Fabric, and a lot of people are now going into it. Even if you look at the hackathon competition, we are on the, if you go to the hackathon WhatsApp group, you are seeing people saying that, why is everybody using DBT? Why is everybody using DBT? So some people like, oh, they wanted to use it, but they're not using it, they went to Microsoft. So everybody, so now I think that what DataFestAfrica have done in a large way, we have been able to improve the use of products that we have. We have left the conversation of Power BI versus Tableau. It has now gone into a very, very big conversation when it comes to how we build systems, how we build teams, how we involve the different sectors within the African space. Now, my question to Okpeyemi now is that, where did you see analytic engineering going within the African space? Because you just went to a conference in US a few weeks ago where you got an award. So what did you see in the US, in North America, for you to say, okay, what am I bringing to Africa for people to understand? And I want you to use this opportunity of DataFestAfrica to speak on that. Jennifer, you're raising up your hand. Do you want to say something before Okpeyemi? Oh, okay, you're clapping. Okay, so Okpeyemi, over to you.
Yeah, so I think something that Najib said, which I think is very valid, why that buzz around data engineers, why it looked like it's very, very challenging even getting data engineer. I can remember last year, mid last year, Kobo 360 was looking for a data engineer for like 6 months. They didn't get anybody, like literally 6 months. They couldn't get an experience. They couldn't get an experienced data engineer, because for you to get an experienced person, you have to go and poach the person. And if you be poaching a senior person, they will be. You understand? So it's what it seems for you to get an experienced data engineer on board. So you can't see an experienced data engineer floating around. You have to be able to pay that money. And that's because the skill set is so diverse, like what Najib said. By privilege, because I work in a consulting company that work across different data ecosystem, I've seen how data engineering evolve. Like, I've worked in a company where the data engineers are just heavy on more platform and all things Terraform, GitHub Actions, and all of those things. And I've worked with a team where they are heavy more on analytics side of things. So that means they're just building pipeline that's just to serve dashboard. So it's pretty much diverse. And I think as a result of that skill set, which can be a bit steep, so you can imagine how challenging it can take for someone to really become experienced, to be able to say, I want to become a data engineer. And that's what analytical engineering is trying to solve, which means we have plethora of data analysts. We have data analysts that are so strong in SQL, that are so strong in at least a bit of Python. Yes, they may not know all of those infrastructure related things. They may not know GitHub Actions. They may not know CI/CD and all of those things. But yes, give them a particular tool. They'll write the SQL to do those things for you. They'll write on Python to do some things. So it's not a question of, now that we know that the data engineering ecosystem, the learning curve is steep, not only that, the data engineers in any team are always very overwhelmed. So that means you often see that you probably give them a ticket, and a ticket is just in the backlog because they have a lot of things they're doing. And now the idea now says that, how then can we empower folks that are so much in the ecosystem, who are data analysts? How can we empower them such that they can still stand on their own and work as a software engineer? Because the whole idea, we often say data engineers are pretty much software engineers who only work on data, because as a data engineer, you usually do most of the concept that they use, you use as a data engineer, you use CI/CD, you use GitHub, you use all of those things. So you are pretty much a software engineer who is only working on data. So now, how then can we make this learning curve a bit much easier, such that you are a data analyst in code, but now you want to wear the cap of a data engineer, such that you can, as it were, help an organization to be able to stand strong before they would need a proper data engineer when they scale. And that's just what analytics engineering is trying to solve. And when the likes of Fabric DBT came into picture, and now Fabric has introduced their own concept, it's how do we make it easy such that data analysts can be empowered? So now DBT came into the picture to say, yes, this is a tool that would make you treat your analytics code as your analytics workflow as a code. So now you still have to write your SQL query, you still have to write your Python. However, let's now introduce software engineering principles. So now you can start doing things like about testing. So I write my SQL code. How can I test it to be able to know that it's going to give me the right thing? I talk about unit testing. Now that I've done it, how can I collaborate? Now it's very interesting. I work with a client and the VP of engineering has about like 15 years. And the first time I introduced DBT to their team, they were like, oh, they don't know anything called GitHub in SQL, like how will you even do version control? And all that was like a new concept to them that, yes, it's beforehand, you just have all of your code where you keep in one folder, but now you should be able to have a proper version control such that it's easy for everybody to know why there was a particular change in the line of code, at what point was it changed, all of those issues. And those are the things that make software engineers more powerful because they are able to collaborate well, they're able to ship things faster, and that workflow too, we need it in data ecosystem such that we can tell why a particular dashboard changed. We can tell who changed a particular measure in a particular dashboard. And that's the beauty of what software engineering is integrating into data ecosystem. And that's what analytical engineering is trying to solve. Now, I say that to say this. So from what I've seen at least from the conversation I had with a couple of people at Coalesce, yes, there's not a lot of awareness knowing that the knowledge curve will still continue to be steep with data engineering because new tools, new frameworks will continue to emerge, new concepts will continue to emerge, and the reality is you can't keep learning all of those things. So, which is why we still need to empower our own data analysts, people who continue to be the largest population in data ecosystem. If you join data team today, you will always have more data analysts, and it's just what it is. So it's not a matter of like, we still have to find a way to empower those analysts such that they don't have to be a bottleneck for data engineer. And that's why you now see roles that even imagine in the data engineering space where you talk about platform engineering, because you have some data engineers who don't want to interface with business at all. Like they just want to be more involved in platform. They just want to be involved in more networking and all of those things. They don't want to start talking to stakeholders and start letting you know, oh, I need this particular data. What should I do? And all of those things. They just want to say, okay, fine. You have your data available in a lake house. Go and do whatever you need to do with it. So now we now need those folks that now understand the nuances. Okay, fine. I can go to my data warehouse. I know where the table is. All I just need to do is model it in the right way. And these different stakeholders can leverage it. And that's what Fabric is also trying to achieve. So you have all the workload in one shop fit for all. So I can write my query, I can write my Python pipeline, just leveraging the other skill set I already know how to use. And that way, they're empowering more data analysts to do more stuff. Now, how will this affect the Nigerian data ecosystem? Now, we know that the Nigerian ecosystem generally can be so as it were, stingy when it comes to paying for talent. So they would rather want to hire one person that will do multiple jobs, even though, yes, that comes at a stretch. In hindsight, it's also like an opportunity for also people to learn. Like I remember me joining CarrierWise then, and I was the only data person. I was doing data engineering and also doing dashboard. Now, that experience was stressful, but I would say it also gave me a bit of stretch because I was able to at least have good experience. So what I see the role of IC engineering in the Nigerian ecosystem, which I think it will fit perfectly well, is that it will help enable more data analysts to be able to do more data engineering workload. As it were, because a lot of data engineering workload that you have most startups that will do at the initial stage, trust me, I don't think it's anything fanciful as it were, because they've not really scaled. They can't start talking about real-time streaming. They can't start talking about most of all of the things you still see at that initial stage. It's still more batch, right? And as they can still survive with a strong data analyst that still knows something as simple as exercise to move data from one point to another, or even something as leveraging DBT just for orchestrating some of their workflow. So that means in the past where they are looking for data engineer for 6 months, so a startup can at least be able to leverage the data analysts who have good knowledge of Fabric, who have good knowledge of DBT to say, okay, fine, you can stand our infrastructure to a good position such that by the time we now scale, we now see need to now bring in a proper data engineer who will now, as it were, solve a lot of technical debt, which you most likely would have caused by just setting some things. So, which becomes like a win-win for the ecosystem, such that you don't have to wait for so long to get a data engineer, whereas you have a lot of things that you need to do. You can't pay the experienced data engineers. as a way you can pay a data analyst to come and do multiple role in code. So like I said, it becomes like a win-win. Data analysts become empowered and they're able to upskill. And also for the side of the employers, they're able to also get easy access to more skilled folks who can also fit in the role of data engineer in the interim to scale things before the organization is scaled. So, which is why I'm so fascinated about where the industry is going. Now, like what Najib is saying, as they keep on training more data engineers, we keep have more talent flushed out, and that would strengthen more the ecosystem. And what we're also trying to achieve with DataFest is also trying to make that awareness, because we've seen in the past that organizations don't even understand how this role fits together. And that's why they will hire someone and say, okay, fine, this is a data analyst, only for you to realize that, trust me, there's no infrastructure in place to even do anything, and you start running helter-skelter. So as you're churning talent out, we'll also be doing those work in terms of awareness. And that's what some of the things we'll be having tomorrow and Saturday, letting people realize that data, AI, and all of those things don't come to play, right? Even OpenAI releasing in their article, one of their white paper that says that everything still boils back to the data. So that means garbage in, garbage out. You can't talk about anything AI if your data is shitty. And that's why, just to digress a bit, when I saw the... Go ahead,
I wanted
Trey.
to speak a bit to that awareness, and beyond, we would do it as a community, but we would also do it as an individual wherever we find ourselves. I remember some 3 years ago, a bank poached me, a new bank, one of the new banks that came up like 3 years ago. And you could tell that they were still, obviously it's a new bank, they were still setting up infrastructures and whatnot. And during the interview, I was being interviewed by somebody and we were having questions. And I was saying, this is not a BI question. I mean, I know it, but we're having more questions. And at some point I said, is this a BI interview or a DBA interview? And the guy looked at me and said, it's a BI interview now. Of course, it was a bank that was still coming up. So their leadership was on that call, because every hand they got at that point was really important. Leadership was there and everything. And I said, well, I'm not very sure, because the vast majority of those questions you're asking me, it's not even BI related. It's not engineering related. It's more of database admin. And I've never been one. And we realized that the person interviewing me is actually a DBA. So all they had at that point was a DBA. So he's human. He was asking questions to his strengths.
Yeah.
But he wasn't asking questions to the strength of what is expected for me to perform on that job. So it was an interview that was unlike any other, because I didn't have to educate them on that call to say that, you see. So I'm not coming here to be a DBA. This is what is expected of me. If we don't have the infrastructure yet, yes, I can advise on how we'll go about the process of setting those infrastructures up. So I think many of us, or for many organizations that we used to have, and we still have them, many people have come to realize that, we are generating data, we need to use this data. But these businesses do not necessarily know how they want to go about things. And it's why people said, before, we didn't even know what was going to happen with the data engineers, because they didn't know how to fix them. All they cared about at that point is the data we've generated so far, can someone build a dashboard on this? Then when businesses started orchestrating their data properly, warehousing this data properly, or trying to warehouse it at the very least, that's when they said, oh, it's like we need someone to build those pipelines or build those platforms that will warehouse this data and whatnot. And that's when the data engineering field became more prominent in the country. But awareness is still needed for people to understand that this is how things are. And some of those awareness, unfortunately, will happen during interviews. And I will encourage people, if you find yourself on an interview, you know your stuff. You're being interviewed because they believe you can add value. If you find yourself in an interview or any form of conversation where somebody is deviating to something that is wrong, it's okay to politely correct them and set them back on track to say that this is what it should be. So please, the awareness, let's always have that awareness as politely as possible.
Great. So before Okpayemi continue back, we should know that we are currently on break. So, but there might be some rooms that are continue working right now because maybe they stay in late or people join in late. So, but people are in that group. But if you're joining us right now, maybe you're done with your session. Yeah, we are just commenting on data conversations, AI conversations, learning and stuff. You can see some questions around going into data engineering in the chat, and Najib has answered some of those questions. So over to you, Opeyemi.
Yeah, so interestingly, I think I want to start like a conversation. Just want to hear everyone's thought. The Minister of Information released an article, or even a white paper around AI strategy in Nigeria. Now I read that stuff and it was interesting, right? And in my head, I'm like, we're talking about AI in Nigeria. But the reality is, let's be honest, let's forget PR that everybody's trying to do. We are data people. Are we really, really ready for AI? Now, what are things you think we need to solve first before we're able to even drive anything called AI strategy? So I'm just curious to hear anyone's thoughts. Who wants to open the floor? At least we are data people. We should be able to, we understand this thing. It's not just about coming on Twitter or making a post and say, oh, yes, we just launched this. I want to do some AI stuff. We're like, are we actually ready for AI? Where exactly should we be solving first if truly we want to be the leading voice in AI in Africa, as the article said, or as the white paper said?
Yeah,
I think I can go
well, let me
first.
speak.
Okay.
Wait, everybody wait. Everybody wait. So let me manage the room. I know that you guys are leaders.
I wanted to raise my hand, but I can't find that.
Okay.
Okay, I've seen it now.
Okay, so we'll pick everybody one at a time. And good. So Najib has been able to raise up his hand, so he's going to go first. So we're going to pick it one at a time. If you go and look for where you raise up your hand, and you get second, but we'll pick it one at a time. So let's go to Najib. Najib, 2 minutes. Let's go.
Okay, so I'll be fast. It's a very interesting question, to be honest. And I think it's not only about Nigeria, it's even across organizations, a lot of people follow the boss, now it's AI, tomorrow is, what is trending is that everybody follows. People don't really dive deep and say, okay, fine, what is even the foundation? What is the fundamentals of this thing? Now, Nigeria as a country, I grew up in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria before even relocating to the UK. And I've seen a lot of things taking place in the UK. There's so much harnessed data. Data is in almost everything they do over here. It's data, from CCTV cameras, monitoring vehicles going on the road, to, bank transactions, government transactions, everything. So they have a database of everything. If you commit an offense today, trust me, it won't take them time before you get a letter, you get, police knocking on your door, because they have all this information somewhere. So now, in that kind of environment, it makes it easier to then start thinking about advanced analytics, because they've crossed that level of harnessing that data, gathering those data that they need. They can then start using that data. So it's like you want to use something, but you don't have what you need to use it. Now, I also work on a use case recently, which is, it's an idea. So it's about football in Nigeria. Football in Nigeria, we all know that everybody watches the Arsenal. Nobody really know what kind of players is playing or what all these guys are doing in MPFL. So I was working with one of Nigerian sports. I think I don't want to mention the name, so I'll just mention one of them. It's also an MPFL team. So, and what I'm trying to do for them is to kind of help them do some analytics, so that they can use like performance analytics, team metrics, player metrics, and all these things to inform decision and have better performance. But what you realize is, as little as player data is nowhere to be found. Some teams do not even know, as a last season, they didn't even know how many goals a particular player scored. As simple as that. So now, in this kind of situation, how do you then start talking about, oh, we can now start using machine learning or AI to start using predictive analytics for this kind of situation? So I think where we really need to focus on is we have centralized data. I don't even think Nigeria even have comprehensive database of all of us in Nigeria, not to talk of, start talking about AI. So because I have 2 minutes, so I think where we really need to start is data collection, to gather as much data as we can. Because the more data we have, the more analysis you can do, the more insights, the more initiative you can bring on board. But if that is missing, AI, ML, anything, it's not going to be, to be honest, it's nowhere to be found. Because if that is not there, we don't have the data. And it's not about data, quality data, reliable data. There is nothing we can do in AI. I'll drop the mic. Thank you.
So you're saying that white paper is on cruise?
I'm not saying that. I'm just responding to your question.
Okay. So, Femi, 2 minutes.
Okay, excellent. So Najib is definitely spot on. For anything, whenever we want to say, oh, we want to build AI infrastructure, data will come first. Availability of that data, ability to retrieve that data. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody needs to sell to us that in Nigeria, that data is not necessarily very available. If it's available, it's not necessarily very accessible. Those are the two major issues. But also because I have some level of exposure into this white paper, in terms of me reading it, knowing one person on the team that is working on it, so which maybe also exposes me to a little more information also. So I always say there is two things. There is what I hope to do, which can be a fantastic idea. And then there's what I will eventually be able to do. Unfortunately, what I'm thinking of doing can be fantastic. In fact, I can even have good processes of how I want to go about it. But once it's in the public space, especially governmental space, it might not be so easy because vested interests, different interests, or bureaucracy. So I'll give an example. When we say, do they even have data of everybody available in Nigeria? Yes, they do. I mean, not everybody, but a sizable chunk. BVN, for example, if you're using the bank in Nigeria, you'd have BVN. If you have a mobile phone in Nigeria, you have NIN. There are many databases like that in Nigeria that has people information, siloed, of course, siloed. Not everybody, but I mean, literally, let's start with phone number. That's a huge chunk, right? More than we think we have. If all of this data was amalgamated in one place, we'd have not everybody, but we'd have maybe every educated person in Nigeria, maybe a lot more than that, you understand? So, but guess what? BVN data is stored with somebody in Ministry of Finance. NIN is stored with somebody in Ministry of Identity. Different places. So that means that when you want to build something great in Nigeria, bureaucracy, even in our organization, we know how when it happens when something's with one department, something's under department, that's a private organization, and then egos start to clash, this start to clash. Not to talk of governmental organization or MDAs. That is crazy, trust me. So there's that part. So there's good plan. Good. So when they release their white papers, I know a lot of people say, oh, AI. But there are other structures. In fact, they had 5 pillars. One of them, they said they want to do knowledge. Whether they're able to do that knowledge building and whatnot well enough, that's not for me to judge. So they said, oh, let's train 3 million people, whatever, in data, whatever, which I think is a good idea. I don't think I agree with their curriculum enough, but I think general exposure of anybody to anything is good because when people go attend your training, if your training is not good enough, but they got some things from them, they would then eventually go learn more, right? So I mean, I'll just say, take whatever you get from that training. They said, okay, we want to build, because infrastructure is lacking in terms of, internet speed can be increased and whatnot. They said, we want to build more submarine cables and whatnot to improve general internet, whatever in Nigeria. So these are some of the infrastructures that needs to be done first before AI can work. Those data amalgamation, whatever, those are things, infrastructures that need to be done first before AI related ideas can work. But I think what the person that led this idea also thought about is that if we wait till those things are done before having the AI conversation at all, we are done for. So let me give it this way. When mobile phone handsets was becoming a thing in Nigeria, people used to say, you don't have lights. You cannot, this phone idea that you want to bring to Nigeria, you need to charge it though. It cannot work. Just imagine during that conversation, someone said, let's wait and fix light first. When we have perfect light in Nigeria, 24 hours, 24/7, we should now work on this mobile phone. Maybe till today, we still will not have mobile phone in Nigeria. Okay. So I don't expect greatness from this AI. I don't expect greatness. I just think that it would at least kickstart us move the needle into that conversation. Anybody that is expecting greatness is misleading himself. But moving the needle into having that conversation, Nigerians' head being in there, and they got good support from Google, Microsoft, and the likes. So is that moving the needle in that direction that I think really just that people should open-minded to, nothing else.
Okay, I like that. I like that point. But Paul, before you speak, I want to bring in Moshood. Moshood is artificial intelligence engineer in UK. So some of you might have known him on Twitter. If you don't, it comes with, you always see somebody that used to tweet the Bionic Man on Twitter. So, but his name is also Moshood. Now, I want him to answer that question, so I'm going to rephrase it. So we're talking, I don't know if he heard the question when we asked. So we're talking about the AI idea being brought in by the ministry, by the minister Bosun, and we wanted to see how visible it is. So we heard from Najib. Najib said, we don't really have enough data to say that we want to go into it. But Femi is saying that even though we don't have enough data, we cannot wait until one part is complete before we start another part, so that we can at least move the needle towards AI. But since you are an AI engineer in Europe, what do you think about the approach?
I mean, it's an ongoing discussion, and it's one that we probably would not be able to completely address here. I was privileged to be amongst the few Nigerians that were invited to have a chat with the minister when he came to the UK in London, and it was really about preparation for all of this process, basically talking about how he wants to boost the digital economy in Nigeria. And part of it, AI was literally at the forefront. I mean, you can't blame him for putting AI at the forefront. It's literally what the world is now. And let's be honest with ourselves. I probably have two different identities, Twitter and LinkedIn. I'm a different person on both of them. I'm just on Twitter to bounce with my friends and be able to freely insult my friends. I'm on LinkedIn professionally. But I think randomly we normally have these discussions on Twitter, and me, Femi, and the likes, and some of the things I always say is that you don't expect every aspect of life in the country to be completely down, and you want miracle from some aspect of the countries. So during election, we suddenly want people from INEC to be cut from different cloth from every other people. We can steal in different places, but we want them to be saints during election. The same thing police, they just have to just become a foreigner and behave like good people when we are horrible ourselves. So it's the same thing when we're talking about technology. It's hard for us to suddenly just wake up and want things to work completely different from every other phase of life in the country. It's always going to be affected, but we need to ask ourselves very deep questions. The most striving part of the economy currently, if we look at them deeply, they're probably the aspects that are seeing citizens stand up, sit up, and do things themselves. And that's technology and entertainment. If we wait for government, we'll waste our time. I heard when, I think Najib, right? I heard when Najib made the comment about the fact that we're not ready. We'll never be ready. We will never be ready. And that's not to say your point is not valid. You actually made very, very solid points. But that's on a very, very scientific level, on a very, very surface level. We will never be ready because we are, whether you like it or not, more than 50 years behind these other countries.
Yeah.
The only reason we keep comparing ourselves with them is internet, because the internet has brought all of it. Let's look at it this way. Your villages, the fact that you can send letter to the city makes you see what's happening in the city, and suddenly you see life beyond the village. And the fact that you can make calls from the city to the next city makes you see life beyond the city. And then you start looking at those other parts and think that you're supposed to be as good as them. We are far behind, let's be honest. Completely, we are like 50 years. If all of us do away with the religious and tribal aids and everything, and we decide to settle down and work, we still have 50 years.
50 years.
Also, that's how far we are behind. But then,
No, shoot, 45. 45.
Femi made a very solid point, which is what I always make. And that point is the fact that if we think that we're behind and we don't need to bring phone, Ghana already had mobile phone before we had it. And we're supposed to be the big brothers. But if we waited a bit longer to have better electricity and all of that, we would still not be able to see the exposure that telephone brings to us today. What I'm saying in a nutshell, and this was some of the questions raised when we saw Bosun in London, is the fact that we have to sit up ourselves. We have to make things happen. The technology space is probably one of those that people grow themselves. And if you look at it deeply, it's still one of those where you can actually find genuine creative millionaires in Nigeria. The likes of Ezra and the like, you can hardly attribute any other things to them. They built a product, they sold it, they didn't steal government money, they didn't
No
get
corruption, just talents.
You understand, they didn't get a contract. We need to really focus on all of this, and all of us cannot exactly do the same thing. Femi used to work in the bank. There are ways he can actually deploy technology, AI, and everything to solve problems in that side. I used to work in the oil and gas and the risk management space. There's how I can actually solve a lot of problem in that side. If we all start going back to the drawing board, the fact that Nigeria is the way it is actually an opportunity for those of us in this room to make things happen. When things are going on well, there's actually lesser space for creativity. But we've got so much space for creativity now directly when it comes to the use of AI. If you have, I mean, I've been lucky also to sit in the same room with key decision makers in West Yorkshire Combined Council, Leeds City Council, Bradford City Council, and trust me, at times I leave those rooms and I almost cry. We are far, far more intelligent than these people. We are far, far more intelligent than these people. The only thing they have is a structure. And most times when I talk, me, I'm probably the worst in the AI space in Nigeria. I'll be like a don there, just blabbing, and I feel like, what the hell is going on? I mean, pardon my choice of word, but it's just really down to willpower. How much we really want to sit back and stop blaming system and everything and start looking at what we can create. You're not even doing it for anybody, you're doing it for yourself. If you create value today, you get the money. Ezra did, and his partner made Paystack, yes, for the country, but for themselves, for their pockets. You understand what I'm trying to say? We have a lot to do. It's very crazy and very tough to do stuff in Nigeria. The bureaucracy is crazy. Where do you really start from? But if we start looking at the problem from a very large chunk, a large point of view, we will never solve it. In our offices, when we want to build products, we break it into nodes. And then we start building. Can we have the same approach for AI? Can we start looking at how we can solve problems? Okay, if data is a problem, you can't solve all the data problem in Nigeria. Which one can you solve? I mean, I just believe government doesn't exist. So I don't even think about them. It's not about supporting or opposing. I don't even think about them. I mean, the time I used to think about politics is long gone. Maybe it comes with age, maybe it comes with exposure, but I think that time is long gone.
It's age. Yeah, closer to 40 than 30.
Okay, so thank you. Before we go to the next one, we're getting closer to the end of today. But I wanted to tell people on the call that we're going into the next breakout rooms. You need to join. So right now we have some breakout rooms that let me start talking about them. That will be starting now. It has even started. Building optimized AI models in low resource setting, a research perspective. I've posted the link there. Building smart recommender system and smart search engine systems in Python. Transforming industry with computer vision, object detection using YOLO version 5. Mastering Public Speaking for Tech Innovators. And we have harnessing large language model in BigQuery to activate your data, and also introducing Afri market, harnessing AI for African stock market transformation. I think even somebody asked about the stock market one time. So you can see that I've posted that. But if you want, also, okay, people are already going, so that makes sense. But if you don't get it, ask us so that we can send you back the link, so that you can join. Thank you very much. Okay, so over to Paul. Paul, let's talk about AI. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to talk about like AI much. I just wanted to chip in something, which is very important, like from the contributions of Najib, from Mr. Moshood, and Mr. Femi. So while we were designing the problem for the data ton, like we also considered the theme for the event. And then we were like, okay, if we were to introduce AI into this, how would this work? But then where's the data? So we are looking at improving students' outcomes in secondary schools to be also able to predict whether a student is going to fail or like perform well or not. You're also trying to take a proactive approach. Like you don't have to wait for a student to fail, to perform poorly before you start recommending solutions and the likes. Then we have to say, okay, these people competing have to solve the data collection problem first. You are registering your child for for classes for a new school, and you are getting their information on paper, like they're submitting it from. Where does that data go to? Like, do the teacher have a monitoring platform to monitor each student in the class? Do they know the students that are performing well? I mean, I am fortunate to kind of work in an educational, like with an edtech company. Here, I did a project with an edtech company here in the UK, and the level of data they collect, I mean, Najib also mentioned, like the level of data they collect, I wish we'd implemented the same thing in Nigeria, but that's why the data ton was designed. These are practical issues we have on ground. If data professionals can solve it, then you can do it. You can take it as a private project. You can even propose it to the government to implement this thing. So they are building real solutions. Like they went about solving the data collection problems before even building models and analytical solutions. Like the data collection problem, like how will these schools collect data for the students? And I am glad to say the solutions like that you're going to be seeing tomorrow addresses most of these things. If the government is willing to partner with these people that have actually built this, it will be a wonderful initiative. So that is what I think that might be the direction we might be taking henceforth with the data and like practical problems that we have on ground. How can we come together to like solve this problem, to show it's actually possible to solve this thing? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I know that Moshood and Najim wants to say something, but I'll be transferring now to my co-host, David F. Young. So David will all be managing the whole session as we go on. So over to you, David. Let me try and unmute you. Let me see. Should be able to talk now. Oh, you've unmuted again. I mean, you've muted again. Okay, so you're fine now.
Yeah, great. If you make me co-host so that in case I want to mute at any time, I can just do it.
Okay, I will do that. I'll do that.
Thanks so much, everyone. Powerful conversation going on. So Nadir, thanks so much. You'll speak right away. But then before you speak, I would just like to tell everyone in here we have another virtual session going on right now. The links have been shared in the chat. I'm just going to reshare all of them again. So while we're having these conversations here, please feel free to go into any of the sessions you find interesting. If you're unsure which session you should go to, you can just ask in the chat. We have experienced folks here who will give recommendations on the. All right, thanks so much. I am Najib now. You can go ahead, please.
All right, David. Thank you. So from one David to another David. Interesting. All
Mm,
right. So
it's easy.
I mean, I'm also learning a lot on this call. I mean, all perspectives are very valid from the perspective of, we can't wait to get everything right before we start talking about it, which is really, really valid. Really, really good opinion, to be honest. Yes, we can start talking about it. I support that, obviously. But I just hope, people that all these ministers invite, I mean, as experts to come and talk about AI and stuff, they're actually emphasizing, about the fundamental problem. And that's the area I'm coming from. Because one thing I've observed in all areas of Nigerians is we are very, I don't want to use the negative word now, but sometimes we are not patient enough, right? So we want things to happen overnight, because somebody somewhere they are doing something, also want to do it without looking inward to even see, do you even, have you solved the fundamental problems for us to be able to achieve this at scale? Because it's fine if we want to do AI, but how far can we go with AI without all this fundamental infrastructure in place? Right. So I'll give you a very typical example where I work in automotive manufacturing currently, and there is this initiative already established by the government, in which in 2035 they're already planning to discontinue all petrol diesel engine vehicles, so manufacturing of individuals, anything for. So they want to go fully electric by 2025, and they've started this conversation since like 2020. So even my company started, transformation project, a lot of things have been going on as at 2024. They are still going to 2035. You can see that's like 15 years gap. So they're already putting things in place. A lot of charging points, a lot of things, that's because if you say we are going to fully electric, you don't have charging points for vehicles to charge. How can you then be fully electric? So they already start implementing, charging points, doing a lot of things, infrastructure changes, inviting investors come and invest in all these battery productions. So they already started. So by 2025, they transition slowly. So you see that is something that is achievable. And before 2025, they've already started putting things in place. Manufacturers, they've started discontinue some models. Even for ours in our company, started discontinue some models because we know that very soon we need to start producing more of EVs vehicles. So that's what we are saying. We need to start encouraging these ministers, because yes, they'll need help. But for us professionals that we want to help them, you need to start, gearing them towards, okay, fine, we will achieve AI. We can start with something small, but really the truth is we need to start from AI. We need all these things in place. We need to even have all these data points that we want to build advanced analytics on, right? We need to collect this. Data is everywhere. I used to say it's everywhere. The data are there already. It's just that, are we harnessing them? Are we collecting them as we should? Do you have them central somewhere that we can then leverage on? So, and that's the thing. For those that are in abroad, I mean, like I think is it Moshood Yaya is in UK currently. You can already tell that anything you are doing, it's somewhere. You can't just go scot-free, commit an offense or anything. So all these things, that's what I'm trying to say. That all these things really, really need to be talked about. You really need to start, gearing them towards it. Yes, we are going to achieve AI. We need to start talking about it so that we don't, lag behind again. But then, let's say the truth, we need to put all these infrastructure in place while we're also talking about AI and try to get towards AI. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thanks so much, Najib. I'll be handing the mic over to Mushood just in a moment. But then before I do that, just to tell everyone on the call, we have live data sessions going on right now, building optimized AI models in new resource settings, building smart recommender systems, transforming industries with computer vision, mastering public speaking for tech innovators, harnessing large language models in BigQuery, and introducing Afri-market harnessing AI for African stock market transformations. So all these sessions are prepared especially for you to learn. I would like you to go into anyone that you find interesting. If you are doubtful of which one to go into, you could just ask in the chat and we'll direct you along those lines. All right, so I'm going to be handing over to Moshood right away. But then just as I do, something I like you to also keep in mind as you're speaking, from what Najwa said, talked about a core fundamental problem. And if I understand that, that would be something really around data collection. As private practitioners, because if we are data people, but then we're not in the government, so we are private. Do you think there are opportunities for solutions for us when it comes to data collection? Because obviously we have data collected from different points. They are available, but then different silos. Do you think private sectors, you and I, can help provide solutions? Because once the solution driven this conversation, so as people are coming in, they can see opportunities to provide solutions, even as private sector that the government can eventually that will be beneficial for the society, the government or without the government, as we should say. All right, so I'm a whole lot of should right now. All right, I'll just unmute you. Can you unmute?
Yeah, thank you. Najib, I mean, that's a very, very solid point there. And again, I totally agree and understand. The first part actually caught my attention, which is about sensitization and decentralizing the knowledge. Talking about it a lot more, like we're doing, is the first step. Let's be honest with ourselves. And again, when it comes to usage of certain items or certain things, it has to be, or development of certain spaces, it has to be either driven by governments or driven by the private sector. Now, we can't say we probably model a lot of things that we do, but follow the UK system. But in actual sense, when it comes to the way government is being run, it's almost like the US kind of thing, which is a lot of things are driven from the private sector. So most times we will be on a white goose chase, waiting for too long to get government involvement. Private sector drives a lot of things. The reason today our medical system is as poor as it is because there's no much investment from private sector. Only things that strive in Nigeria is those that are being pushed by the private sector. You understand? So if we need a lot of input from our own side. So data collection could be somebody's business to collect this kind of data. During the time that we met Minister Bosun, I think there's a guy that actually talked about collecting data and all of that. That's the business he does. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's more of us as a community coming together, because whatever we do very well not only helps the country, it also helps people within our community, helps them to get jobs. People would not just study AI for learning sake. Another thing with regards to data collection is the fact that those that are custodian of the data probably don't even understand much about AI. So it's always a case of chicken or the egg. So do you build a system that people interact with first, which helps you to get data when they start interacting? Or do you start getting data without knowing what you want to use the data for? So it's always a case. AI became a boom in the last 2 years. And then, I mean, when I say AI engineering, when ChatGPT and the LLMs blew up, do you understand? But before then, a lot of people don't even know what to do with the data. And majority of organizations collect data for regulatory purposes alone. If you go to banks, if you go to insurance companies, they collect data for regulatory purposes. So majority of the data that you have probably would not even help you build much in AI. It's not like we don't have data. What's even the interest in collecting those data? Every time you click in a website, you're giving out data. So we need to, whilst we're having this discussion, we need to make a lot of push about, number one, AI is very expensive. It is very crude. Data centers probably consume almost 35% of the global energy. All these cloud platforms that we have, if you put all the energy they use together, it's almost that much. So it's very expensive. It's crude, the computing capacity needed. So we need to, first off, as we are promoting AI proper, we need to also promote productionalizing AI solutions. People should be able to easily build solutions. In the UK, a lot of organizations build without data first, because they can use off-the-shelf products to build first. That helps them to engage people who interact, and then they can build custom-made models and all of that. But we like I mean, it's just typical when we are coming from behind, like we are in Nigeria, to also always want the very huge things. Anybody that learned AI today wants to start building computer vision tomorrow. So we like the major complex things, but how about we focus on how we can easily build out solutions? For example, I run an NGO, and what we'll do is literally to help people that have interest in building solutions around healthcare. And my target is literally to focus on young people that are about to finish university in the healthcare space or in the tech space, people that want a synergy of healthcare and tech together, people that can easily innovate. And the irony is that this current set of people that are about to leave university are probably the most innovative people we have ever had as a if we miss the opportunity to build proper innovation with this set, I don't know when else we're going to get it. So I just feel if we sit for wide, holistic data collection, it means we're looking for that person at the top to probably put a command to collect data. You're talking about a country that is even struggling to do census. I mean, we just have to be realistic. And part of the reality is we have to build in nodes. We have to build as a community. We have to come together and look at problems. When we solve problems, we have the chance to make money ourselves, yeah, but we also have the chance to help our people in our community get where to apply. A lot of people learn data analytics, AI, and everything. And at the end of the day, how much are they paid? 350K. Meanwhile, people that don't know half of what they know are literally doing big over there. You get discouraged, and after 2 years, you go from data to learn DevOps. You go from DevOps to learn software testing, from software, because you can't even find a base. And that's literally part of the challenge. The economy will move. The government will see how thriving the private sector is and decide to support the private sector. When we start building, we have say somebody like Ian will probably have a lot of connection in government now if they really want to influence things. And when we start building as a community, we would have our skin in the game. We would be able to come up with policies. We'll be able to drive policies. Private sector drive public policies. But if we wait, it's only in countries like UK and Canada that are completely led by the public sector that we wait for government to innovate. Even when we talk about ethics, who even manages technology that they don't even have? Nigeria, we should not even be talking about ethics yet. You don't regulate what you're not even building. Thanks.
Well, thanks so much, Najib. Moshood, rather. Thank you so much for that point there. I see that one thing that we're on the right track with DataFest, right? There is sensitization, so we know that we're on the right track. Having more people be aware of this thing and how they can add value to it, and then also building innovation. So you said even when we're able to build innovation, because we are as private stakeholders in this matter, when you build, you eventually win, just like the freestyle guys. So build and they win for themselves. So it's something we could do for opportunities, how we could build innovations out of the existing problems in the government. So Femi, I'm going to hand over to you right now to share your thoughts.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, David. So I'll probably, once I'm done with this, I'll probably have to go and sleep. Maybe I can catch an hour sleep before work day start officially. But that's it. I want to piggyback on two things that Moshood said that are absolutely spot on. So earlier he had mentioned that Nigeria is 50 years backwards, and I said maybe 45 because I'm hoping it's 45, not 50. But I'll tell you one thing that is funny. And at times I pity governments. Of course, they shouldn't pity them, right? They chose the job. But when I say I pity governments, it's because if you become a leader today in Nigeria space, you would be expected to solve the problem of yesterday and the problem of today. So what do I mean? Power supply, for example, is a problem of yesterday. Countries are not looking to solve power 24/7 power supply anymore. Countries are not looking to solve water supply anymore. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. These are all problems of yesterday. Countries are now looking towards progressive problems. I don't often see them fix my road in this country anymore. So that means when a mayor wants to come to this city or whatnot, the mayor is not talking about I want to fix road. They're talking about more progressive conversations, right? That's because someone else has fixed those roads, right? So, but if you become a leader in Nigeria today, and I can tell you for free, you would need to solve yesterday's problem. And you still need to have conversations about today's problem. So leading Nigeria, generally speaking, is more difficult than leading everywhere else. When a leader wants to come in your city, in the UK, in the US, whatever, their conversations are more streamlined. In fact, to make matters easy for them, there's a whole structure built already in place. And that's why, for example, when people ask me, who do you want, Donald Trump or Kamala? I'm like, I don't care. The US has already built a structure. For example, how do they approach forming foreign diplomacy or whatnot? What's their plan for Africa? It won't move the needle much. If it is Kamala that gets it or Trump, it won't move the needle much. There's already a structure in place, and that's what we don't have in Nigeria, which generally makes the work of leadership more difficult beyond all of their own personal corruption and whatnot. It generally makes things more difficult. Number two is to piggyback on the second thing they said about how we need to help as much as possible from our own places. I'll give you something, because some of you might know I was originally trained as a banker first. If there's any sector in Nigeria that is not 50 years back as compared to its other sectors across the world, it is the banking sector, right? I mean, they are still backwards a little bit, but certainly not 50 years backward, right? Now, when you look at what happened in the Nigerian banking sector, is that sometimes around the 80s, late 80s, the founders of GTB Bank, they were so ambitious and innovative that they started training young guys. In the late 80s, they started training young guys. And they had training schools open, training young guys, recruiting young bankers everywhere, putting them into GTB Bank and training them. Today, we have about 30 banks in Nigeria. About 10 of them are led by GTB graduates or former GTB staff. The founders of Access Bank were both executive directors at GTB that left GTB. So what did these guys do? Because GTB Bank curated this platform for boys to learn, boys moved on, started building their own stuffs, and eventually they started having connection with governments, and they started helping governments to improve that sector. Such that when we now say which sector, in fact, that's why if you study Yoruba in school now, you'll be looking for banking job now. It's because it's not the government that built that banking sector to be as near what the other world are doing as much as possible. No, it is people that created platform to be great. They wanted to be great. You understand? And they built something great. And they trained each other, they helped each other improve. Then eventually started having connection with governments, and they started saying, governments, can you build NIPS for us? In UK, they don't, or as at that time in UK, US, they don't have 24-hour real-time transaction. If you build NIPS for us, we will keep money with these NIPS. When you want to send money, throw that money to NIPS. NIPS will pay me and clear later, and we can have 24 hours transaction. And we probably had that before most of the world. You understand? Boys started thinking. But NIPS was built by collaboration with the government. Government did not come up with the idea. The private sector guys came up with the idea, networked with the government, then they built something great. And that's why we have real-time transaction in Nigeria. And that's why we've had it before most of the developed world also. So basically, the idea is simple. Beyond government, forget government, as Mashuda said, forget government. Go and say, what can we build? How can we impact other people? And when we've done that, we'll now start seeking government collaboration to say, how can we help government? And I'll show you, and there's no better time to implement things and help government than now. And this is why. Have you seen the mediocrity of the AI projects that are coming from governments these days? Some will just say, oh, they want to use AI to plant in Kaduna. You've not been saying it. It's been in the news. Do you think it's somebody in government that came up with those ideas? No. Somebody poached them. Somebody that is equally ignorant. Somebody that is equally ignorant as the person in government built something stupid or mediocre, then found a way to say, who do I know in government that I can push this thing to, right? That one does not know better anyways, but he knows too, he would like to be the face of the new AI stuff coming up, right? So he said, I'll throw my weight behind this thing. And that's how you get those things that becomes memes eventually on Instablog Ninja. That are very stupid ideas. So when we see foolish people moving ideas to the forefront, what does that tell smart people? That maybe smart people are not doing enough, right? Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be an easy terrain to navigate. If you don't know anybody in government, it will be difficult. But that cannot stop greatness. You understand what I'm saying, right? But if foolish people can get their ideas to the front, that tells us that there's an opportunity somewhere. for smart people to push their ideas to the front also. That's number two. So to end my point, which is where I will stop, the reason why, again, the ideas around all of this AI and stuff is important, and we must keep having them. Because, let me give you an example. Someone can say, does anybody here know why banks in Nigeria don't use cloud infrastructure as much? So the major reason why banks in Nigeria don't use cloud infrastructure much is because the Data Act in Nigeria, for example, requires that banking data are stored in Nigeria for our own sovereignty. Banking data must be stored in Nigeria for our own sovereignty. So now, as you might probably know, we don't have any data center in Nigeria right now, not one. If anybody that uses Azure here, when you create those database or whatnot, you probably provision it in Europe or in America or whatnot. That's where your data is stored. It's not in Nigeria. So that means if I'm in a bank and they want to build a data warehouse or whatnot, we have to go and store our data in the UK, in the US or whatnot, which is against the banking law in Nigeria. Some banks do it. It's a mistake. If they get caught by CBN, they will pay dearly for it. It's a mistake. So just look at that alone. So that means if you're a bank in Nigeria and you want to follow the law, which is a good law, by the way, it is in the US, there's no reason why you as a US company will go and warehouse your data in London. You would never do that. And there's no way you as in the UK will come and warehouse your data, especially private PII data like that, and go and warehouse that. It's wrong. It's totally wrong. So Nigeria has that law, but that law is also a law that limits innovation, right? But until government, people that are influential start having these conversations, and they start having these conversations where people like Moshood can say these kind of things, right? And there is an executive of Microsoft on the seat also that is listening to this. So Moshood is saying this from the point of view of these are the problems we are having. Microsoft is seeing opportunity here and saying, Bosun, you are part of the government. What can we do? We think you have a big community in Nigeria, 220 million people. What can we do to bridge this gap? Until there are platforms for all of these conversations and it ties into AI, nothing can be solved. Because these are problems that ties into government on one side, private sector on one side, until someone big enough can sit everybody down in one room and have the conversation, the problem can never be solved. So that's why, again, I always say, when anybody says they want to have a conversation about something good, even if we are not ready for that goodness, I'm saying let's have that conversation. Because even if we don't achieve it now, we will all leave that room more knowledgeable than we are before, and then we start to maybe move the needle towards building anything that we want to do. All of us know what the foundational problems are, and we know they have to be solved before anything major can ever happen. But the conversations, definitely very important. So yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
I like that. So I know that you might want to go off now, Femi. So thank you very much for the past 1 hour, 30 minutes that you've been on the call. Also thank you for reducing the price of your book at the event. We're going to make sure that we also tell people so that for those who wants to get it, they can also they can get it. So thank you very much, Femi. I just spoke to you yesterday night about it, and you did not think twice about it. You just said, okay, that shoot you the link. So thank you very much. Go and have your sleep. Me, I am not sleeping. You obviously know. So okay, thank you very much. So while we continue to have the conversation, we'll be having one of the next breakout session coming up now, which is decoding financial documents, preparing unstructured data for LLM applications. That will be taken by Victor Jacob Azuko. I've posted the link there. But before we even go into all this conversation of AI, what did you guys notice about the different topics that people are learning? Because me, sincerely, even though that they gave me the work of anchoring this session, I should not be in this session. Okay, also, before I even ask everybody for people to give their comment, these sessions are recorded, so they're going to be uploaded on YouTube also later on. They'll be uploaded, the social media team will upload it to YouTube, and we'll be able to watch them again. So over to you, Okpeyemi. Are you busy, Okpeyemi? Are you working, Okpeyemi? Should I try and upload you? Okay, let me unmute you. You should be able
Oh,
to.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say that. Did you see the lineup of speakers? And what did you?
Yeah. Yes. This session has been great. I actually joined before I joined this session. I actually joined like 2 of those sessions before I finally joined this general one. And trust me, it was really, really insightful. I joined the one about the agentic action, and I also joined the one around staying up to date with trends in AI and all of those things. And trust me, I think the speakers team really did a good job curating those experiences around AI, and which also reacts some of the things we've been talking about. In as much as yes, we might think the infrastructures are not there, but just having this conversation just help people to be aware of what really AI can do, as well as the knowledge is also important, which is some of the pillar that we should talk about, which is the knowledge gap, the talent. So really the lineup are really so amazing. There was actually one I wanted to join, which I was like, oh, I probably would just maybe join with my iPad here while this one is muted, so that I don't also get to miss out, because I also want to learn. That's also the reason why we're joining this session. So really thumbs up to the team that actually create all of this session. Now, if the virtual session is like this, how much more tomorrow physical and Saturday physical, when we'll be having more top guys that will be coming. I'm looking forward to actually meeting my boss again, Dr. Jani Okwechi, who's also having a panel session. Inyaboyeji is coming. Now, I can imagine the atmosphere alone, learning so much from this virtual session, what tomorrow and Saturday is going to look like, and even having a keynote from Professor Ndubusi. Imagine a man that has a patent that is being leveraged in America. So I'm so pumped and supercharged for the conference. So really pumped.
So thank you, Okpe. So also thank you, Najib. Najib will need to go off by 12 o'clock. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you for sharing your experience around AI, around data, around how Nigeria needs to improve on what we need to do to get to where we really want to be. Also, again, I know that the minister will actually be speaking to us tomorrow too. But thank you, Najib, for sharing. Also, I even just got a message now that Sadiq Akintola will be joining us in the next 10 minutes. Okay. So, and we'll be speaking in. We made sure that people who are coming on board to speak on conversations are people that we really want to learn from. But maybe you are outside of the country or you're inside of the country. I know that Moshood has been shouting that we should come and do DataFest Europe. So, but we'll start thinking about it. The major thing for us, really, I understand, because it takes a whole lot for people to travel. I kind of respect people who travel down to Nigeria to come to DataFestAfrica. But I think that maybe 1 year we'll need to plan and say, you know what, everybody, you guys must travel to Nigeria at least for 1 year. Like, you need to travel to Nigeria. And this is the reason. I think before Najib goes in the next 5 minutes, this is the reason. One of the things we need to understand also about Africa is the statement of hope. See, yeah. No matter how we say things, data, AI, technology, anything, one of the things that have been able to drive community is the statement of hope. That thing, nobody talks about it, but I think that is one of the things that have been able to drive a whole lot of us. We might not say it like we have hope, like in the data conversation, but individually, there is one aspect of us that has helped us to drive whatever our career is today, is that conversation of, I have hope that if I move from point A to point B, I might be able to get to point C, I might be able to get to point D. And we have gotten to this point that a lot of people look up to us just because that we have been able to do some things that they feel like if they don't see somebody there, they might not be able to do it. So let me give you for example. If you see, so for me personally, I know all of us have even individual stories. So imagine personally for me who grew up in Yanokwaja Agege. Now, if you grow up in Agege, you will know the type of lifestyle we grew up in Agege. If somebody tells me that my voice is loud, I will just smile. I say, go to Agege and live in Agege in 2-3 days. If you'll be speaking in a low voice, it's not possible. So, but one thing there is that whenever we finish secondary school, we are done with education. That is it. It's as simple as that. We are done with education. But it's few parents that says that no, my kids will not do this. My kids will not do this. My kids will not do this. They have to go to school. But now to the point at which Najib is working with one of the best manufacturing car company in the world. I worked at Microsoft. David is working at Data Culture. Paul is in UK, Moshood, UK. One of the things is that why we said that we need to pick 1 year, like we call it the year of return for many of us, is so that we can come and talk about community at large, because it's so important. We need to fix it and say that, you know what, people need to come and see us and say, if these people can go, get experience, use it to develop we that are here, or I'm talking about people in Nigeria now, is that it means that they have hope that they can get to the next point of their career. So Najib, Moshood, Paul, I want you guys to help us and put that in one part and say, you know what, if it is 2025, let's see how we do it. And say, okay, you know what, when are we, David, tell us very early, 10 months, 11 months, to pick a date, so that let's see how we bring everybody. Because it's not that it's not as if that the money is there. We know that you guys will be using personal funds, but I think that it's going to do a whole lot of good for a whole lot of people, that you spend $2,000 to fly in, fly out back, but that $2,000, we can tell you that give us that $2,000 for sponsorship. That's the real truth. We can say, don't travel, just give us. We'll do virtual like we did this year. But that's not what we want. That's not what we want to achieve. We know what we want to achieve. We know what we don't. If it's noticed, somebody said that one of the best sessions last year was the person who came from Chelsea, Ayo Sere came from Chelsea Football Club. He came to talk about data within sport ecosystem, and people still don't forget it after 1 year. And that is just those type of conversation that we want to have. So thank you very much, Najib. I know that you have to go in the next 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, really pleasure to be here. I mean, what you said last is very important, inspiring people. I mean, if we are not inspired, seeing people, doing it, maybe we'll not have that hope. So, and it makes sense for us to, pay it forward and, keep inspiring other generations and let them see what's possible and what's achievable. So yeah, really valid one. All right. Bye, everyone. Paul, David, Moshood, and, everybody in the audience. Yeah. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go back to the conversation that we have. One of the things that we want to speak next is about data literacy. We kind of know that data literacy is not dependent on being a data scientist, a data analyst, a AI person. Data literacy is one of the core things about anybody should have. So I'm going to be asking Paul first, like, what do you think about data literacy? How important it is for us to have it? How do we make sure people open their minds for data literacy?
I'll just give this case study, right? I think if we improve data literacy in Nigeria, it's going to affect the way we think generally. Like if you go to Twitter and just look at conversation, Nigerians are particularly, this is just me generalizing, don't mind me, but I think majorly we are bad with numbers, right? And I think that has desensitized us to lots of important issues. For example, when you hear that a certain politician has embezzled a certain amount, we don't think it to be a big deal, right? We are desensitized. We don't even understand like that kind of amounts, what's the impact it will have in the society. You think about the budget, right? When people cry that the budget, something is happening with the budget, people don't have that skill to even understand like this amount. Or imagine if somebody tells you that, oh, a person stole $20 billion. Like in your mind, we some people just lap it up, like you just believe it because you don't know the scale, you don't understand the numbers. And I think this is also part of like a data literacy problem, right? And that's why I want to push for things like data visualization, data storytelling, help people understand. From my own perspective, that's the little I can contribute. Like, okay, help people understand the impact of this particular thing, this data. Look at schools, for instance. You can start from there. I developed interest in data, I think it must be sometime in junior secondary or early senior secondary, where I started seeing charts, numbers, right? The way we drew charts with this graph paper. Remember then with this graph paper where you have to plot the dots and I think that piqued my interest. And again, one thing that piqued my interest was census, like you counting the number of people that lived within a particular community. And that led me to study statistics. Like, I think that was what informed my decision to study statistics. Meanwhile, when I got to university, I discovered statistics was something else, abstract stuff. But yeah, I think we need to introduce data literacy, find a way to just introduce it in our educational curriculum, right? To help people understand, like when you're talking about data and making data informed choices and the likes, like people understand it from a very young age. Kids understand, okay, how are we tracking the number of time you spend studying? How are you tracking the number of time you spend playing? People understand things like that. People can look at their budgets in their society. Okay, this money was released for this. People understand numbers, election numbers, like people make informed decisions. So I think I'll just propose somewhere in education, just find a way to just merge it there. It will do exponential good. I think that's just my contribution.
Okay, great. Great. David, over to you. What do you think about when we talk about data literacy? You currently lead the community for YDP and also the community for the analytic engineering. So, what do you think when we say that normal people within the community? Now, I'm not talking about data community. Now, I'm saying community at large. How do you think that we should um, improve on the data literacy across board?
All right. Thanks so much, David. Yeah, I'm just verifying my boss of the of YDP, right? Just managing the DBT side of things and this engineering side of things. So then that's a wonderful experience. Yeah, in terms of data literacy in our society, I believe is very low. I think a few weeks ago or a few months ago, we saw the news that the NIN for the Minister of Technology was being sold for 150 naira. So how it got out there, we don't even know. Right. So that means people don't really care how they handle and manage people's data. And I think our country is also getting to that point because I think last year as well, the federal government released the National Data Protection Act, which everybody's trying to adopt that in the organization. So I think society we need to look for a way to improve more literacy of people that data is not just a data point. You can't just pick it up and just drop it anywhere. Because everybody wants to, in quotes, get so much data, but then they don't handle it very well. They don't handle the privacy. They just do it anyhow. So I think we need to have some more of sensitization in our society. And I feel like social media is one of the ways we can have that sensitization. Like last week I mentioned, if you go to social media, you just see things anyhow. But I feel like some private organizations like Budget, other organizations are trying to provide some data literacy here and there by their posts on social media as well. So I feel like something we can do even as an organization or data first is to put out more kind of sensitization to tell people some basics on how to become more data literate, how data is important and valuable, how data should not be treated as just an empty point that you can collect because you can collect it, Like, if you don't need it, you don't need to collect it, right? And then if you actually collect it, then you should use it and store it properly. So I think those conversations need to come out. I think from also our much more experience, we want to use more of our platform and influence as individuals and as a group to push out those information out there. Like that way, you're not just depending on the government. If you see the government, you have to wait for National Orientation Commission, and to get them to do that work is going to be very hard. So I
Okay.
think also in data first, YGP, everybody as individuals, just push out media, social media information out there so that people come aware that, oh, your data point is valuable, is important. So they don't sell your NIN for 150. If they sell this out of 150, tomorrow we don't know who's going to be sold next, right? So I think it affects everyone, and whatever we can do in our own little way, we could just get to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Before we go to other conversations, there is the new set of links have been sent to the chat. We have AI and the role of leadership, creating better outcomes. We have cost at bay, building domain-specific AI application using PEFT techniques. We have the emerging ethical landscape, AI purification and readiness in Africa. We have implementing CI/CD for your data engineering and analytic workload. And lastly, we have leveraging AI to build an outstanding data visualization portfolio. If you're a data analyst, you should go to the last one by Bolaon. Bolaon is a very good Tableau developer, so you should go to the last one if you're a data analyst. Just check. But if you need the links, is in the chat. Just check the chat, and you'll be able to see the links again. Thank you very much. So just make sure again you check the link. I think that we are now getting even more closer to the end of the day, but that is good. So let's just keep talking about data literacy. Okay, so I don't know, Moshood, do you have anything to say about data literacy? Okay, so let me see. Let me try and unmute you.
Yeah, I think I like David's submission on this. Data literacy, it's very huge when you look at it holistically, because it's easy to get carried away and talk about it from professional point of view alone, like we, the custodian of data, we that use data. But data literacy has to spread to literally every aspect of the communities, literally about people understanding what data is, how they make use of people's data and all of that, not necessarily analyzing yet or even doing AI and the likes. And it starts from proper sensitization. I mean, again, the sort of discussion we're having sets a good tone for how to push this sort of narrative. If you check, if government wants to get a policy out, they go about sensitizing and orientating people. And it's literally probably the first step. In terms of professional delivery, I always say that 80% of professionals in Nigeria are data analysts by default. Let's be honest. So you do some Excel, you do some stuff. It's just that you don't know the fancy tools. You don't know how to use Power BI and all of that, but you would have done pivot table. You would have done maybe some data gymnastic in Excel already. So those probably would not be the worry or at the very early stage of data literacy campaigns. But it's worthy as a community for us to probably drive some of it. It could be in some Twitter conversation that you have where somebody can easily, which we see a lot, conversation between people in DMs, and then you leak it. That's a result of poor data literacy. I mean, releasing somebody's private data, or you're in a bus, you record someone and you post it on Twitter, or somebody comes to toast you and you post it on Twitter for everybody to see. So it's all of these are consequences of poor data literacy. So it's always start from conversations. It's always start from campaigns and all of that, awareness. And when it gets to the point where government can see that people are pushing this, hopefully, I mean, the government is always the last point of call. in my own head. Hopefully, they will see reason to have proper buy-in. But we're doing the right thing. I think, if anything, we're literally, as with the limited sort of resources available to us as a community, we're doing the right thing in terms of data literacy. For the professional part, I mean, communal learning, community of learning, building within the community, helping people to grow, a lot of which we've seen again in the data community is exceptional. People literally jump into people's DM and get helps easily. So I think we can only do better, but we're in the right step, I guess. Thank you.
Great. We are in the right step. We can just only do better. Yeah. Okay. So great. David, please help me to share the different links. Somebody is asking for that. Okay. So thank you very much. We'll just be going on a 5-minute break right now. So for those who are on the call, try and join the different links, but we'll be going on a 5-minute break. David, can you play music on your end? Is it possible? Are you good with that, or is only Jide, is only Ola that can play music?
I think I can also
Okay, so let's just go on 5-minute break.
You give me last bit is solar. Can't feel your love taking over. On a good day, I be loner. See what you make me discover. Girl, you don't change my persona. The revelation is in order. All the pressure I've been under. Why I call you Ngozi? God don't bless me Ngozi. No deserve is kind loving. The loving way you show me. Private lounge in Paris. With expensive room service. No one make me I got you, no worries, no worries. Wow, wow, scatter my intana, craving on salo, no killing me kitano. Check a love is wow, a protection in the lala, every no desala, no killing me kitano. He did do me wow, 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 scatter my intana, craving. Check a love is attention in the lala, every no desala, no killing me kitano.
I know you're waiting around hastily to you in my Panamera. Hola, hola, oh. I'm levitating, I feel like to see when you whisper na kupenda. The thing you put for this your dollar. Got my heart and my soul on love. And I wanna go crazy with you. Through the night till the sun come out. Let's do it all for love. There's nothing for any corporal. I never wanna lose this. To you I belong. This must be love.
He they do me wow, wow. Scatter my intana. Craving on sala. No killing me kitano. Check a love is wow, hypertension in the la. Every no disala, killing me kitana. He dey do me wow, scatter my intana. Craving your insala, killing me kitana. Check a love is wow, hypertension in the la. Every no disala, killing me kitana. Everything you do me, I like. My best friend, the love of my life. I know if it day without. I bet you won't make it bad. You need someone to hold on to. Girl, no fear, I did for you. I go run the matter for me and you. Make I be the reason you believe in true love. Why I call you Ngozi? God don't bless me Ngozi. No deserve this kind loving. The loving way you show me. Private lounging on Paris. With expensive room service. They won't make me do like this. Girl, I got you, no.
Rooms. It just tell us that the other rooms are having sessions right now. I'm currently putting the links in the chat, so please do well to join these sessions. We are having sessions going on right now in the other rooms. I'm putting the links on the chat right now, so please do well to join these sessions.
No worries, he dey do me wow, scatter my intana, craving your sala, no killing me kitana, check a love is wow, hypertension in the la, every no disala, no killing me kitana.
Dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist, Prada on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Every time I pull up with my G's, oh my God, we don't shut it down.
I say kid, mama tell me I be star boy. Prophet tell her say, oh go yen loud, go loud. So I think say it go easy, but Oju any mala, I enter industry like bagang, break is over. Me, I think say I go blow it all the ginger, cause everywhere I go they tell me say I too sabi. Why I never blow, me self I no sabi. So I shout Holy Ghost, save my soul, give me lamba, make I blow. See me so, my mates don't go. This December, I want to show. Don't blow now, then sabi. Cause baby, don't show it be. I am fanny corner. Cause he don't surely show for me. Cause I get dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist, Prada on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Anytime I pull up with my G's, oh my God, we don't shut it down.
Nothing to something pretty God, make my time low. I want to feel among is you cook and me cool. So I face my fears, my blood and sweat and tears. Nobody answer me, be like say nobody care. To Bani Melonka, I'm now a biggie man. From right to riches now, they be like cinema. I'm a blind selling fan, the boy is chilling now. Show them gonna be man, I'm the biggest in town. Yeah, the biggest fish in town. If Muzadora me bazo, what can Elise from Walano? Let the boy in the Baco. Yeah, if he fend jamo, I'm a cosi for plano. Maybe felt like it, and what I'm now, I know I holla for my side. Buy the mall on Nick over when I take get the mind. Bank a lot to get that money, no fee for my hand. New currency, we emergency, call the boy on time. Call the boy on time, I got
dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist, Prada on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Anytime I pull up in my G's, oh my God, we don't steady rocking Louis V. Every time I pull up in my G's, Jesus, boy, don't shut it down. Dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist. Every time I shut down when I pull up in my G's. Prada on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Anywhere we enter, we know them and they know we.
Why you been out?
Bro, after my second week coming here, bro.
Second week here.
My second.
Ask boy, pẹ̀lú one day go.
Yeah, so.
Hip-hop. 10 seconds I do pass. Waiting be your compass. Fly you around the world. Maldives, Santorini. Why you find Versace? I love you, you're my G. Even if now I'm granted, I go still love you, my one day. Follow bomba to bomba. I go be your defender. When I lose my breath, baby, would you be my healer? Too many things I don't realize. When I'm with you, I dey fantasize. Would you be my only lover? When I'm with you, I'm alive. Me, I don't mind like Babu, but you still love me like this. Oh. Even if not taboo, you can still want me my boo. Oh, my Cinderella, Jojo Baro, I be your umbrella. Hippa, hee. Yes. Hippa. I love language, now money. She likes different currency. Me, I get time and I go dash. I know say you need them pass. I won't fly you go Mexico. I won't buy you yan shanties. I won't do big things for you. I won't do many things for you. Follow bumper to bumper, and I go be your defender. I don't want travel, baby. Me and you go Barcelona. Just like this. Me, I don't find like baboon. But you still love me like this, oh. Even if not taboo, you still want me my boo. Yeah. Oh, my Cinderella, Jojo Baro, I be umbrella. Me, I don't find like baboon. But you still love me like this, oh. Even if not taboo, you still want me my boo. Yeah. Oh, my Cinderella, Jojo Baro, I be umbrella. Dance boy, party one day go. Dance boy and one day go. Dance boy and one day go.
Dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist. Brother.
Full steez. We go on, nowhere. We go on.
Yo, Tweezy, what's up?
What is this, mommy? How you doing now?
I'm good, baby. I'm trying to shoot a video for Aaron, and I need you and Benson to come clutch.
Continue. I did for you now. Just
All of my guys on the jam, say me everybody anima. Who be that girl with the shake girl keep it for bag me and one tie like that? Whether the EK been a real or fake, I bet just say back come. How you go send me money, then I spread the money, then you can't take back You know, see, say no, but it's the young guy, the rock, I bet no day, man. Since
1947, the matter never settle. You be what I be get to. Masability lo nyawo lenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all time. No other name then go call mine. As I dey shanty time not nice. Monday, Dada. Tuesday, Dalaba. Wednesday, Dada. As long as Nigelaba. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like moi? Each and every lady wanna give me mwah. When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar.
Alright, yeah, just to inform us that we still have some sessions going on the live room here, on the main room here. We're just taking 2 minutes break, but we have some virtual rooms going on. I just joined here now. Okay. Yes, so these are the links for the current ongoing session. These are the links for the current ongoing session. So please just join any one of them. And we'll be back in this main room shortly.
Now we there, I turn on move. I know you basking so. I get high, adrenaline. You know, like me, follow me. My advice is fun along. Cause my guys don't follow no. Make the sky start falling down. Dirty my time. I'm still your daddy.
Olele dollar, my pretty Malayami. I'm thinking follow on me. My jetty color, wait your low dollar on me. And bring the color on me. What dollar on me? Wait your love on me. I pay color on me. Could you go on me? My name is Sonana.
You can stop the music. Okay, thank you. So thank you. We just went on break. So for those who are still on the call, you can join the different sessions that are currently happening. We're going to bring in our last speaker on stage, their friend, brother, elder brother, and we'll be also discussing about data to AI. So I'm welcoming Sadiq on stage. Sadiq, hi Sadiq. Can you on your video? Sadiq. I know that Sadiq is here, so let me just see. Hello, Sadiq. Sadiq.
He looks unmuted.
Yeah, it looks like he's unmuted. He's muted. So let me see. Let me just send him a message.
His audio is not connected, actually.
Yeah, his audio
not
is active. Okay, so while we wait for him, we can pick up some so we can pick up some other conversations. So one of the things that I actually really wanted to interview Sadiq for this. So hopefully it comes in back. It comes in back. So we want to talk about how data team can add value using AI. That's one of the major conversations we want to have now, because sincerely, either we like it or not, we're already in the age of AI. And that is why you can see that data is one big conversation right now in everything that we say. Either you have, you want to build AI team, the major thing is that where is your data? That is where the conversation starts from. Okay, over to you. How do you think that data team can add value using AI? Let's just see how we go from there.
All right, 1 second. I'm trying to plug my power pack before my phone goes off on noted. Okay, yeah, thank God. Yeah, like you said, AI is something everyone can run away from. And with the proliferation of application of NLP as what ChatGPT is doing, where anyone can interact with it and get a bit of feedback and response, I think that's like one area data team can also leverage, which is from the data application side of things, say the visualization side of things, which is where you have more C-suite and more business person interact with more. So one area the data team can actually pitch their tent more is how can you enable more people to actually consume this application, say from dashboard. And now we know that, as example, Power BI has in a way evolved over the years where stakeholders don't necessarily have to know a lot of DAX and all of those things to be able to even interact with with Power BI, where you talk about the AI feature, the NLP feature in Power BI, where all you just need to do is you ask the question, and then behind the scene, Power BI write all of the M language to be able to pretty much get the visualization that you need. So I think that's like where data team can also pitch their things. So that means leveraging all of this technology, the AI capability in all of this visualization tool, educating more of the stakeholders to let them know that, yes, it's now becoming much easier for you to leverage this tool to understand what the data is saying. So you don't necessarily have to be reaching out to the data team as much as possible to be able to get question on, oh, what was our revenue this past few months, or what was the number saying the last couple of months? All you just need to do, as long as the semantics is there, semantic model is properly built in terms of data model is properly built. So that means it totally make it much easier for them to pretty much add all of those layers and ask the question directly and get the responses. And I'm sure that's like one of the things a lot of these product companies are doing. Everyone is talking about AI, and that's why every of those products are seeing how to integrate AI into it. During the just concluded Coalesce, DBT also integrated DBT Copilot. I'm sure Fabric also had all of that. So which means there will continue to be a feature of AI embedded in all of these products. And what's the goal? The goal is to make many things as seamless as possible. Now, even from developer side of things, now Copilot is now making things so that I don't have to stress myself in terms of thinking about code from scratch, or even doing a lot of monotonous tasks I don't want to do, like documentation and those things, right? It kind of just make it much easier for me to do. And I think that's where data team can be much proactive and also be able to save a lot of development time, knowing that I can lean on AI to do a lot of monotonous things for me, while I just have to dedicate most time to more problem solving, more mentally driven related workflow. And that way, from development standpoint, and also from stakeholder standpoint, educating them, doing a lot of awareness. I think that's where data team now need to do a lot of teaching, a lot of education in order to free themselves up a lot of these tasks, knowing that, yes, you do the heavy lifting of building the right data pipeline in place, building the right data models in place that would enable these stakeholders such that they don't have to come every now and then to reach out to you. Using the AI capability in all of these too, I know Power BI has one, I'm sure Tableau has one, and a lot of all the different BI tools would also integrate that. So that way, it makes it easy for them to know that, oh, all you just need to do is go here and type the question that you want to ask, and you're able to do that. So what that does for you as data team is it kind of just free you up a lot of tasks that probably will reach out to you for. A lot of adult tasks will probably get minimized, right? A lot of that. And also from the development side of things, we know that, yeah, AI is pretty much, every one of us use ChatGPT for support system from the development side. And now having that in our development workflow kind of just make it easy for us to, as a way, I won't say discard monotonous things, but give us more time to do more tasks that would require our time, that require a lot of our problem solving and not necessarily doing. I know how it is for me now, so that I don't have to think about a lot of documentation. I know that all I just need to do is slap it into an AI capability and I churn out all necessary things I need. So from that side of things, not only did that team, I think it's just from development point, development speed time will get increased leveraging AI, and also from stakeholder side of things, having that capability, they don't have to all the time depend on the other team for little ad hoc queries, ad hoc requests, that if they can leverage on the AI capability, like the AI insights in Power BI and all that too, it kind of make it easy for them to pretty much get answers to some of their questions, knowing that this capability make it easy such that based on their question, behind the scene, the code is generated and they get their insight. And so I just see AI really, really revolutionizing the collaboration between developers as well as the data team, as well as the C-suite stakeholders, business folks who will be leveraging the data assets that data team will be producing.
Thank you, thank you. So we've gotten, thank you. We learned a lot from your talk around how documentation processes like that needs to, AI would need to help us improve on all those type of process. So we have Sadiq in the house. Hi, Sadiq. So one of the things is that we try as possible to bring different set of people who have the experience, who have been able to also do things at the global level, and this help us learn a whole lot in this space. So Sadiq works at Google, and Sadiq will be answering some questions, but we need to first get some introduction from Sadiq. Sadiq, over to you. Just introduce yourself.
Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know some people are joining from East Coast, West Coast, West Africa coast, and London coast, and all that. So yeah, good day to everyone. Especially I want to thank my guys here, Mr. Moshood, Mr. Okwemi, David. Like, you know, all my guys are here. So I don't think there's much I can say that they probably haven't said or won't say later on. But yes, thanks for having me. Sorry, I have been a little bit on and off. I've got some impromptu appointments that I just couldn't miss. So sorry for coming a little bit late. Having said that, yes, thanks for having me. My name is Sadiq. I'm a data analytics customer engineer at Google. I've been at Google for about 3 years now. Previously, I was at Microsoft, and I've worked with a number of some data technologies, and also as someone who have attended a lot of events across the globe. I've been in the US like 3 times this year for 1 or 2 or 3 events, global events. So I totally understand what it means to be a part of events like this, you know, learn and share knowledge as well. It's really uplifting. So I'm really you know, grateful to be in this company. I would say, yeah, I've been working in the data industry for about 10 years now, a little bit more. And prior to then, I worked as a software developer. I think that's how I started my career. I also had a bit of formal training in terms of, yeah, bachelor's computer science, but then master's data science and advanced analytics, MSc. So yeah, that's been my journey into data, and happy to, you know, have a conversation basically.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, like, I sent you a message, I think earlier this week, around congratulations to your being participant of the Guinness Book of Record program that you did with Google, and we're very happy from us DataFest Africa team. We're very happy for you to be part of that achievement, and we are looking forward to you achieving more with what you do in Europe and in North America. One of the things here now, you're just seeing 30 people, but we're actually coming from, let me just give you some some little bit of some reasons where we're coming from for the past 4 hours. So we started the DataFest Africa Day 1 with 350 people on the call. So wow. Yeah, that was where we started with. Then people started going into the breakout rooms, the virtual breakout rooms. So everybody right now are in different breakout rooms, and that is why you are seeing just 30 people here just listening to what we're saying. So this room is the general room where we answer any questions with participants, and also we're just doing commentary about data and the AI space. We've talked a lot from data engineering to analytic engineering to building data team to working with AI. We even discussed about Minister Bossun's AI initiative, where Moshood spoke about it. We have Femi, who wrote the book Getting a Job as a Data Analyst. He spoke about it before he went back to sleep because he was in the US time zone. So we've had a lot of discussions around this, but because you work at the very high level, close to the origin, because anybody that works at Microsoft, Google, let's say Apple and Tesla, they kind of work at the forefront, or OpenAI. Sincerely, we need David. Your next job, we need you to go to OpenAI right now.
Is there a mission that I didn't sense here? It's like we're kind of planting people.
That is the way we love to work. We send people to missions. We send them to missions. So we want. So we know that you work in a company that talks and that does a lot of AI innovations, and even part of the when the world is saying we are going into AI, if Google is not talking about it or Microsoft is not talking about it, the whole world is not talking about it. But we know that the engines of all this type of innovation comes from companies like Google, Microsoft, and Apple, and the rest. Yeah. Now, my question to you is this: is that Africa will always want to be in that conversation of AI. It's not a matter of if, why, or how. We just have to be in that conversation of AI.
Yeah.
But the real thing there is that we are having so many challenges, from knowledge gap to skill sets to the environment, to just so many things. Yeah. But now is that we cannot wait till we have everything for us to make it work. So from your own point of view, with where you are at the top level, what do you think that what role do you think that we can play to make sure that Africans have a little bit of say in the conversation of AI?
Yeah, it's interesting. Thanks for that question. It's a great question, and I know it's coming from a place of this is where we're all from, and we don't have. I mean, yes, we can say, yeah, some of us are outside of the country. There's no matter how much of integration that we have, there's still a bit that kind of looks like it's missing, except and unless you're back home doing your own thing. But the question that you asked is a passionate and powerful one, because I think with the way the world is, and it's not just only on the data space, it's like naturally everywhere. The thing is, if you don't save yourself, no one is coming to save you. And we have to understand that this is how everyone is. No one is being selfish. No one is being, in fact, people are openly selfish now. All these big governments, big institutions, they are openly selfish now. You would see, people make a whole lot of money in a year, and at the end of the year, you still see a couple of layoffs. Like, what's really happening? Individuals are protecting their interest. Companies are protecting their interest. Now, countries are protecting their own interest. Why do you think there's a lot of schemes, visa schemes here and there to get, the top talent from anywhere to come to our own country? We're probably going to lessen the barrier that would eventually make you come and, bring in your expertise. Countries are not playing. Countries are not joking with their own future. See, forget about what you see today. In the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, a lot is coming, and AI is going to be leading that revolution. But the problem is I don't honestly, when I get into conversations, like, I really don't want to talk about the problems, because we all know what the problems are. We see every day. Even as someone that says, okay, yeah, I'm living abroad, there are a number of things that will still affect you. That you let me give you an example. Last year, I got a scholarship to go to Canada for an express paid event, Airflow Summit. I got like $1,500 dollars to attend that event. immediately I got around, March. Immediately I started applying for my visa in July. The event was meant to happen in September, and I didn't get that visa until January this year. So that's like 4 months later. This is a 1,000. I applied for the same scholarship this year. I didn't get a penny. I have to go on my own money. Now, imagine a lot of opportunity, and of course, you can go because probably you could afford it, or maybe you can try and find a way to expense it as an educational expense or something. Imagine someone that doesn't have that kind of opportunity. So, and it's not really about you going out. There's a lot that happen outside of your own domain. There's no how you can really get that formidable experience or know exactly what is going on outside your own geography if you don't step outside. We see a lot. We do a lot of programs. Folks in the US, folks in the UK come to Nigeria to come and learn from what we're doing. So it's really about knowledge transfer. But the problem is, if you're not exposed, or if you keep having this problem that is limiting you, how do you transfer your own knowledge from what you have in Africa to the rest of the world? Because basically, the only way the world can know what we're doing is if we expose it ourselves. And we're not going to do it with what we're doing today. Like, okay, fine. I know there's a lot of efforts by the government, but the problems that we have are so much that it's inhibiting our position in the world. So now we know the problems. How do we solve that? See, every individual have their own, um, role to play in this, and it cuts across every single sector that you may think of. The first thing is, as a nation, we have to be forward thinking, and really we have to be, when someone does something, and I mean, because these days I think I've gotten to a position where I don't have the time to argue with people. And then when some things are happening, the first thing that comes to my mind is, yeah, you're not ready. And that statement, and when I look at Nigeria or when I look at Africa, the first thing that comes to mind is, I don't think we are ready. We are not ready. And we're not ready because we're not ready to do whatever it takes. We don't have a mission to say we really want to drive our agricultural sector using AI, and these are the things that we want to do, so that by in the next 5 years, all these things are set, power is set, energy is set, all those things are set, so that when we even talk about AI models, we are not running a model that will take 1 hour, and then after 5 minutes, light is gone, and then we have to think, okay, let's go. Generator. You on generator, internet is down. Now you have to think about, like, how do you think about innovating in a and some people used to say something on Twitter, you can't take your way to solution, you can't innovate your way to solution. There has to be like a holistic approach. So even at the very top, the nation needs to be forward thinking. What do we want to drive? What are the pillars? If you go to Switzerland, there is one chair in Switzerland around the United Nations building. That chair is, they call it the broken chair. That chair is for normally a chair would have four legs, and then the chair is just standing on 3 legs. There's a text around that chair, and some things, like the inspiration I got from there is that, you know what, this chair the broken chair has like 3 legs, but then it's still able to function because the three legs that are holding it are somewhat solid. But if you are not planning reasonably well and you go and sit at the edge where the broken leg is, there's no how you sit on the chair that you will not fall down. So if you have a situation, and we know our situation in Nigeria, we should be able to work towards, okay, what solution can we bring up? Even at that minimum solution, we are not even driving towards it. I applaud the Ministry of Information and Technology, some of the things that they do, but sometimes there are some things, there's just a little bit that you can do in isolation. So the first thing I would always say is, let's be ready. And by ready, we have to have like a national strategy. A number of things should be basic. We should not struggle with light. We should not struggle with internet. See, I can tell you for a fact, A number of people that left Nigeria today, they left because there is no internet. I mean, when I say no internet, there is no stable internet. And you can't imagine, you know now, you can't imagine having a call with a client or with you have some deliverables and you are living off 2 Mbps. It's not possible. You are living off a 3 Mbps that is not even stable. I talk to a lot of my friends in Nigeria. They've got different MiFi. They've got the one for Glo. They've got the one for MTN. They've got the one. You can't keep doing that and have a sense of innovation. When you want to innovate, the only thing you want to worry about is, okay, do I have food? Okay, let me just quickly eat and then get back. Just to summarize, our problems are loaded, but we have to have like a national strategy. I'm sorry. I'm part of this situation. So our problems are loaded. We have to have a national way of solving this. But then on the national level, there are some infrastructure that has to be in place. You have to have good roads. You have to have good internet, good lights. Let me talk the ones that are really pertaining to tech. Good light, good internet. Trust me. If you solve that, no one wants to live and just live on. I mean, we have good weather. There's a lot of things that are so right about Nigeria, but light is not there, internet is not there. Well, when I say it's not there, light is coming back in some areas, but some people are complaining like every day because now everybody wants to jump back to band Z, not band A again. That one too, it has to be affordable. Like light is there, it's affordable. Internet is there, it's affordable. Trust me, when those ones are fixed, then we've got a lot of hubs that are there, like Data Science Nigeria, Innovation Hub here and there in Yaba and places. They are concentration hubs that people can actually go there and build something. Now, our curriculum in our universities is a mess. I can't imagine people still doing Fortran in a world where Python on its basic level is not even enough anymore. Where do we want to go? I understand if you want to teach the fundamentals of computer science and all that, but this is not enough. We have to overhaul our education. And seriously, for those that have been abroad, this is a call to all of us. Like, we have a lot of things, we have a lot of work to do. And I know it's not going to be easy because someone somewhere in Nigeria is sitting down. They want to make money because they've just gotten a position. You will move heaven and earth to change their position, to be able to not to make money off what their mind is already set to. So, but our own voices, because we've got the experiences, we've been abroad, we see how things are, we know how modern society should be. There's a whole lot that we can skip. A lot of people that learn Fortran from school and now start doing Python and doing AI ML now, they know a lot of things that they have to jump and quickly learn so that they can get to that position. So there's a whole lot that we have to do within our schools. And I think that's also, I mean, after the government fixing a number of things, I think that's the next level where we have to go to, then also bring innovation within schools. Like, let these guys, let them learn Python, let them learn what matters. I have seen I think it's an MIT compressed course where you go for a university degree. Rather than having a 4-year computer science, they just take all those nonsense that are not really relevant. Well, maybe not really nonsense, but things that you can learn at your own time. And then they compress all those computer science subjects. And in 12 months, you are able to do that. Do it quickly, do it effectively, and then you start getting the right jobs and the right career. So I think there's a whole lot we can learn from that. A whole lot needs to be changed in the fabric of the whole country itself, our institutions, then also our enablers, which is the last thing I want to talk about. The enablers are government institutions. You've got police everywhere. You are not safely, I mean, even if light is there, if internet is there, you still go out with your laptop and someone still says, because you are looking fine, because you are looking okay, you are a fraudster or something. A lot of things have to be done within our institutions, especially security parastatal. I think if all those things are fixed, number one, even the people that are abroad will be happy to come home and say they want to build something. And then even people that are at home already have a lot of these opportunities. That is when you would have foreigners come and say, yes, let's see what you are building. Let's see if we can buy into what you are building. But when foreigners keep hearing that they are kidnapping people, they are saying they will not come. And if we don't allow that visibility into our system, we're not going to go anywhere. So again, like I said, I don't like to dwell on problems, but I think our problem is multifaceted. That if you're really looking at solutions, trust me, the solution is there. It's something that is possible. We've seen a lot of training schools doing a lot of things. Andela came, big success. Their model, a lot of people are driving on it like these days. And I think there's a whole lot that can happen in the data space as well. But we have to be ready. We have to be, going back to my word, we have to be ready. Like, we have to put in the effort. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I think I rambled through a lot of things.
Yeah.
But from government, institutions, and then individuals as well, there's a whole lot that can be done in terms of knowledge building.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I know that question was, like you said, deep, so it took a lot of um, um, getting everything to make sure that you give us the major points, and so we appreciate that. So for everybody that are here, we are in the last lap of the different session that is happening. Currently, we have utilizing geospatial data for effective transportation. That is what is happening currently by Sarah. We also have improving customer experience in telecoms with AI agents that understand you. I've posted that already. We have leveraging AI in stakeholders requirement process. And lastly, we have the power of knowledge, graph and AI, new possibility for developers and data scientists. So that is what we have. Those are the last 4 sessions that is happening right now. David, maybe you can help us to just copy and paste it back in the message. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I saw Olariwaju Imboke chatting in the group. So if you can still come up, you're part of the host. So if you're free, you can come up on stage. So one of the things also we look at is that from government to different parastatals and all other things that we discuss, we are looking from a perspective of now community. So now, why did I mention communities? Because like we even said before you came on the call, we said the growth of data engineering, even in Nigeria, started because of DataFestAfrica. And I'm going to explain to that. When we did DataFestAfrica 2022, we couldn't pinpoint 3 data engineer in the whole of Nigeria. Many are doing SSIS, but there was no, like you say, I am a data engineer. Okoyemi was saying that there was a company that was looking for a data engineer for 6 months. Nobody got data engineer. Then we now have people like Najib. I don't know, maybe you should know Najib Sadiq. Yeah, so Najib spoke about data engineering at DataFestAfrica 2022, the first one, and that was where it built the community. Now we have over 500 people within that community, and also again is that he's currently training 200 data engineers. Many of them are from Nigeria. They are training, and also we even saw that growth also even in the hackathon that we did this year, where we had over 100 teams, and we have a lot of all teams had a data engineer. Young people had a data engineer. This was different from last year, where we had just only 30 teams, 30 to 40 teams, and those many of them did not even have data engineer. Some of them we had to reduce the questions into SQL related one to be as if it's data engineering, but we did SQL heavy. But it's different from this year, whereby they did a whole lot of heavy core work that they did. So now my question is around how does community come in place to help drive this data and AI innovation? I know that DataFestAfrica has done a lot, but I'm not sure if we've done to the point at which you see it from a global perspective, because you work at Google. When you see that, okay, what do you think that we should also add more, or we should start looking at, so that somebody who is watching this video currently or later on will be able to pick something and say, okay, you know what, Sadiq says something, maybe I should be the one that will be able to solve this. Okay, so let me see. Let me help you with the unmute.
Okay, thank you. Please, I would want you to ask that question again, because I think there are some ideas that I have in my mind. But before I go to that question, there's something I want to plead with you, all of you organizers of DataFest Africa. See, knowingly or unknowingly, you guys now have a big responsibility on your shoulders. And I think as a community, as organizers, you should be able to shoulder this responsibility. Exactly what you said with the introduction of your question, which was some people we couldn't pinpoint like 3 data engineers. A lot of people are doing stuff in Nigeria and they can't place it. I'm an example. Back there in 2017 at FMDQ, a lot of things that I was doing then, a lot of data that I get from different systems using SSIS, using some, I never even thought that I was building a pipeline. It was only when I left Nigeria, I got to Lisbon in Portugal, and I was applying for my first job, and I saw the requirements. That's when I began to see that, okay, fine, this one is looking like everything I've done. Now, I'm essentially like, I qualify for this data engineering position. That's when I start positioning myself as a data engineer, and eventually getting job positions in those areas. What I'm saying in essence is that a lot of people are doing things and they cannot quantify or categorize, this is what I'm doing. I know there's a lot that has to be done from the candidate's side of things, but there's a whole lot that can be done on the HR side of things as well. And this is where my appeal to you guys will come in. Hopefully maybe during the next, or maybe even this one, you should probably have like a section for HR people. Like, you need to seriously sit them down and educate them how to particularly, categorize and announce their job positions. If you're looking for a data, and see, we laugh about these things when we see them online, but I think we've gotten past that position, that position of laughing or making jest of job positions, because what people don't know, they don't know, and everyone wants to earn their own pay. Everyone thinks that, okay, by putting things into ChatGPT or whatever it is and spilling out a lot of things for me, that's going to help me. But guess what? It's not helping the candidates. It's not helping the community, because, and we can change a lot. And it's not only Nigeria. Obviously, it's like everywhere else. Nigerian own will be a little bit more peculiar because there's this culture of, people wearing like different hats. If I go to work for a startup and I know what I'm getting myself into, if you say you're looking for a data person, trust me, you're wearing like 10 hats, because you're the same person, the data engineer, the data scientist, the ML engineer, the DevOps, you are everything. But if I'm going for like a structured company, especially some people that just need a basic data analyst, at least let your job description relate to exactly what you're looking for. And then, because in Nigeria, we seem to be a little bit greedy. Yes, we want a data scientist, but we also want someone who is going to build the pipeline as well. So that way, we're combining 2 jobs. So some of them are intentional, while some of them are just pure mistakes. We need to know which is which. So help the candidates, help the community, and with maybe a special session for HR people. Even someone should even come up with a talk like how to build a job description for data. Maybe I'll probably think about this one, hopefully next year, or any other community event. We can actually come and discuss things like this. How to build a proper JD for a data position. That, I think, would help the community. Sorry to ramble over that. I just felt the premise of your question, I have been wanting to kind of put this out there, but sometimes even to compose tweets these days, it's tiring. So please, can you quickly ask your question? I have a meeting in like 7 minutes.
In like 7 minutes. Okay, that is fine. So thank you very much. I think Olariwaju will note that down about collaborating with HR folks in talking about data. Or sometimes even if we go to data HR events, because I notice now that HR now have events, so we have that conversation about data rules too. Okay, so my question is that from a community perspective, how do we build more collaboration in solving data and AI problems? I know that we might be doing some things right, but is there something that you see globally that you think that we can add more? Like now, you've given us the HR, that is fine. Now, what is there? Are there other things that you think from a community perspective? You mentioned things like government, you've mentioned electricity, you've mentioned infrastructural things. Now, for we community, you as an individual, because you're part of the community now, what do you think that we can do in space of 5 minutes? Then we can let you go.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for representing that. See, one thing I see about the quality of the sessions that we have these days, a lot of people talk about abstract, or they talk about, one feature of maybe one certain program or the tools that they use, which is fine. I mean, in this real sense of it, you really want people to come in, understand the tools that they're using better, and then be more educated with those tools. But as a community, especially for like a global community, like a universal community like DataFestAfrica, you probably overseen a lot of things, and we should be looking not only at tools and their functionalities in isolation. We should probably start thinking of, okay, how do we unify these users? Now we've got a lot of personas, data analysts, we've got data engineers. Are we able to come up with like a session that joins that enables two people to collaborate? I gave the talk that I gave in the US on both an Airflow Summit and Beam Summit. Now, Apache Airflow is a totally different tool on its own. Apache Beam is a totally different tool on its own. I was just thinking, how can I mean, we use Python for the two of them. How can I bring these two together? And it came because I went to PyCon, and then I just kind of did like, okay, maybe a small room session. And I actually realized that there are people that use Apache Airflow and the same people use Apache Beam. Now there's a conference, the two of them both in Silicon Valley at the same, a week after each other. Can I have an opportunity to combine these two together? I got to work. I found a way of, calling, a Beam pipeline inside Airflow. And I said, yes, this is it. Now I came up with it. In fact, I came up with a talk. I submitted my talk and it was accepted. Immediately, they told me that, hey, if you don't mind, you probably get to, do you mind if you kind of come in to show the same thing in Airflow Summit next week? I said, yeah, that's the idea, because now we have to bring communities together. We have to bring personas together. Now, a data engineer will use Apache Beam because that's your normal data engineering tool. But a DevOps person who is like an orchestration person will be the one to kind of manage entirely what is going on within the organization. Now he's going to use Airflow. How can you combine these two people together? In fact, what I want to see on stage is someone coming on stage and tell me, oh yeah, I'm a data analyst. The only thing I do or know how to do is write SQL queries and build dashboards. And then the other one says, oh, I'm a data engineer. The only thing I'm interested in my life is building a data pipeline. But we're going to show you how we work together as a team to build something like this. If I see a session like that, honestly, I'm not attending, even if it's 2 hours long. I know I'm spending my 2 hours to know end to end what a team. And this is like the joy of a community, because you're seeing like, oh, now I see the data scientists. They're so lucky. They are the ones that gets the end product. Now they will realize that, oh, I'm so lucky. This is the amount of work those people do to get me the data that I eventually use. We sample the statistics and we say that on a normal day, the data scientists, they spend 70 to 80% of their time cleaning data and building pipeline. Now that's the work that is outsourced to a data engineer, and you probably don't have to spend that time. And like someone was saying earlier, you now concentrate on what value you bring to the table, and you have enough time to do that. So I think as a community, we should also think as community, looking at different personas and helping to bring everyone together, not only like, individually on stage, but if you can actually have people, and this is a call to people that are also on this call, right? If you think there's someone out there who probably presented a data analyst talk this year, contact the person and tell them that, see, come and work with me. Let's work together. Let's build something together. That way collaboration starts to come. Who knows? Maybe from there you probably get to work with them in their own company if they have a position. So that's one thing I would say. That's one thing that comes to mind now. Hopefully, maybe in later discussions we can probably have more ideas around how this can work.
Thank you very, very much. We're so glad that we can have you come to share your experience around how we get better within the AI data ecosystem, especially in Nigeria, Africa. So thank you very much. Do have a wonderful day. So we don't stress you. I know that you need to go for a meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I couldn't come to join. I'll find time to sing back with you. I really appreciate.
My Oga, thank you. I still have like 2 minutes. I think it's the meeting starts 2:15. Yeah, my Oga, thank you so much for everything that you've done. You've been doing for the past couple of years. I know it's an iteration, and I think it keeps. See, I don't know how to shout this. If I can shout here, I will shout the lineup. And there's one thing that I also did. See, I've not had time to tweet a lot of things. There's another thing that I've noticed about DataFest this year. You guys have perfectly, incorporated a lot of different categories of speakers. Someone who is a beginner, who is just looking for their first ever talk, you gave them chance. Someone who is like, mid-level experienced, just coming, you still give them chance. Some people that are or guys at the top, like, even before you get them, so you have to like write a couple of, you still got them. And I'm like the spectrum is there's no how you fall on any spectrum that you won't find yourself. And thank you for that, because if people like us had those little opportunities when we're in Nigeria, when we're still kind of building some things, you just need to just step out a little bit, have the opportunity. Honestly, the next thing I want to see is maybe lightning talks also get these people. And I know that you have it, because I think I asked last year. You have lightning talks. Please let people, encourage people. Even if you want to come on stage to talk about 1 + 1 = 2, we will clap for you. And next year when you come, you probably not submit a lightning talk. You submit a bigger talk. So let's encourage people. Those things, you don't know how much it is. I talked to you about some of the things I need from you. These are little things that people can do, and you're on the world stage. Trust me, DataFestAfrica is one of the biggest in the world. Everyone knows about it. So please keep doing what you're doing, and we are cheering you in the background.
Yeah, thank you very much. But we are looking for a way to bring in Google, so you need to help us bring that one. So
right.
Also, thank you, Moshood. You've been here for the past 1 hour 30 minutes. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge about Minister Bosun's initiative about data literacy. We really do appreciate you. So thank you very much. So we're getting to the end, little by little to the end. I think we have just like 15 minutes to go. Correct? Oyibo, okay?
Yeah.
We have 15 minutes to go. So thank you very much. Me, I am tired. Like I've been talking for
I can see that
5 hours. Like for the 4 5 hours, I'm tired. But also again, it shows that community is something that we are passionate about. We want to solve problems. We want people to understand that, we want to also solve problems. Mina is here. I can't go. My Mina is here.
Yeah, we can even now at this point I can even go and sleep. It's just to unmute Mina and have her, and she should just go ahead and
So that is it. Also for those who are still on this call, just know that we'll be sending emails for the things that you need for tomorrow. We'll send all the old emails. We'll make sure that you get every information that you need for tomorrow. But also you need to follow our YouTube, so that that is where we're going to be uploading all the whole sessions that we have, that we got today. We'll be uploading them on YouTube within the next 2-3 weeks. we'll upload everything on YouTube so that you can also go back and learn from it. So over to you, Olariwaju. I would need to go and rest.
All right, David. So for the next couple of minutes now, we'll be spending that on just showcasing and showing a video from our sponsors, so that I can also get to hear back again from our sponsor. And yep, I'm sharing my screen right now, and then.
Unleashing the power of data excellence with Berkeley Data Strategists. Introducing Adi Ajibola, CEO and Chief Data Strategist, Berkeley Data Strategists. The world of data management is becoming vast and spreads to all domains you can think of. Presently, the entire universe is driven by data. Unlocking its true potential requires expertise and strategy. We are proposing to be your partner in harnessing the power of data excellence. At Berkeley Data Strategists, we specialize in consultancy and training services, offering comprehensive solutions in data management, record management, data quality, and data governance. Our tailored training programs. Training workshop, always in progress. A few of the courses include data governance, data quality, records management, and a whole host of others. Knowledge is the key to unlocking your team's potential, and you can count on Berkeley Data Strategists.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, being part of this. And I want to say thank you, not just to our sponsors, but to our partners. We have a couple of them who have been with us, supporting skilling, supporting our legal work, supporting, the website or upkeep, and many other areas that you have chosen to partner with us. We want to appreciate you all. Thanks to everyone who has come to this platform today to learn, to support the community, to give back in terms of their technical knowledge and experience. And thanks to our volunteers. If I'm tired, if I'm this tired, I can imagine how our volunteers, how tired they are, especially the ones in logistics, the ones in speakers engagement. Today for virtual session is their hardest day. We've had so many drama at the back end, but we are so grateful because the feedback from people on how much value they are drawing from those sessions were really encouraging for us. So I want to say thank you. Many of them might not even get to see this, but rest assured that we really appreciate and support you. For our co-host, David Effion, thank you so much. There was a session that nobody was there. You had to step in again, co-hosting right here with us and stepping in, just at the drop of a message. We're already there, presenting, delivering the technical session as if, you were there as a speaker. Man, we are so gifted to have you. I really appreciate this. Yeah, so thoughtful. I can see friends that I need to reconnect with quickly. Paul, thank you for the work you guys are doing with the data team. I saw the post, I saw the result right there. To be honest, it will be really tough to defend DataFestAfrica without the world community. Because there's really nothing we could do without community. See David Abu now. I know me and David Abu, we are fighting with time. Maybe you slept 3 hours, I slept 2 hours. It's that of true. The last time I slept now, maybe 2 hours within the last 24 hours. It's not good on me. I need to go and catch some rest now. Similar to what David is facing. But we are so happy because you gave us the opportunity to do this through your support, through attending, through every other contribution. Amina is here right now. We should even let her go and rest, but she can't rest because the registration is starting now. It's just few hours now. People will start checking in, and I don't want to. I forgot my code. I did not have my barcode, and I want to enter because I've paid. So it's just so demanding like that for everybody. Be it the co-organizing team, the primary team, the sub-team supporting each of those, primary organizing team, the speakers themselves. Sometimes it's not so convenient or comfortable for some of them, but they still have to. I have a speaker today who presented twice. Why? Because we had issue recording one of the sessions in room 7. So the recording was not on, and she was almost done. I'm like, hey, your session is so valuable that we must, please, can you call, can we quickly find a spot for you again to represent and we can record? And she agreed. So we, to be honest, stretching across all stakeholders involved. Look at the external, I would say community advisors that we brought on board. Mashoud came, Sadiq came, and many other people showed up to offer extended, contribution. This general room, that is why some people did not leave. After sending them, because they were like, I'm enjoying premium this thing here. See the quality they are bringing here. I don't know how to hide my excitement. I'm just so happy. We are tired, but we're happy doing it tired because we know that it goes a long way. The impact, the fruit from what we've seen, last year. We know this year is going to be much more fruitful than that. And it starts from every time we give into this program for the next couple of days. Just to wrap up, we have just 5 minutes. Tomorrow, we're having physical sessions. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, hey, you should get ready for this. This is our first time of running a day before that time, running virtual, because we really don't want any issue. We are moving right over there. You are moving over there. We want to sort this out in a way that is available on demand. For example, all the sessions are recorded, and it's easier in that way because the sound is clear, everything is clear than when someone is in physical room and there's external noise, and you're still trying to record your screen just to present those sessions, so it can be a bit challenging. But now we have at least an improved version over what we had last year for all the breakout rooms, and they're going to be available on demand on our YouTube channel. So I will encourage you to make sure you subscribe to DataFestAfrica YouTube channel. That should be something you should do after this meeting. And for Friday, Saturday, come on, man. Well, I'm jealous. I'm jealous because there's no way for me to make it down there right now. But it's loaded, man. I'm telling you. You could see what Sadiq mentioned. This year, I was in the speakers engagement team with Ayodele. I can tell you, if I know I should not join that team, I would have joined that team. If I know I ran away from sponsorship, I left for 2 years. I said, okay, let me rest. Let me rest. Let me go to. It was this year that speakers engagement was the toughest for us, because of the caliber of people we are trying to bring. Some people, you have to do something to rub their back again, get something back. That's the way relationship works too. You can't just call on someone, come and appear here. No, it's free. It's pro bono, then you must be able to also deposit something back into that bank, and that will take you, some days, some extra hour when things are convenient and when it's not. To be honest, we have the best of the set of presenters and speakers this very year. Any final word? David Effiong, David Abu, Aminat, Paul, we have 2 minutes for that, just to say.
For me is people like us, like Ola in US, me in Canada, Paul in UK, that we are not available to attend. We want to tell you that please attend. If you're physically available, attend. Enjoy DataFest Africa. It's one of the best events that you will ever go to. When we started DataFest Africa, we wanted to make sure that it is an event that you don't forget. And we've been able to achieve that 2 times. This is the 3rd time. And I think that even we doing this virtual today, it is actually, we got it right. We were scared a little bit, but we got it right. And I'm proud of everybody, all stakeholders that made it happen.
Thank you. You will see David Effiong tomorrow. You will see him on Saturday. So get ready to meet with him. And we have so many Davids here. So I thank you all. We are wrapping this up. I mean, what do you want to tell our people? Should they just come as they are? Oh, I think you can. I need to ask. Okay, I need to be able to ask Tom. Okay, sorry. We just have to tidy up many of those things.
I understand. So I'm so glad that it went well, and it's so sad that I won't be at DataFest this year. I mean, it's my first DataFest I'm missing, because even last year when there was like I tried to make it last year, like even though I was going to be around later. Well, so this year is like, it's so sad, but I just want to urge everybody that like DataFest is really one of like those kind of events that could change your life. The people that you meet there, the interactions that you make, even like the lectures. So it is a must-go event, especially if you are in a data space. So like you have access to something extraordinary. So we are expecting, and we are expecting you on Friday and Saturday, and we can't wait to receive you. So either virtually, but yeah, there are people physically on ground that we help, and they're very excited. Thank you
so much. Thanks so much. I mean, what I see here is growth for us. And it also is 2 things. First, the growth for the team. And 2, the fact that we truly have this love and passion for Africa. Majority of the primary planning team for DataFestAfrica, for example. I mean, you are not in Nigeria right now. I'm not. David Abu is not. We have a couple of people that wanted to, but they are not right now. We have some that they are away and they have to quickly rush back, just to be there. Despite the fact that majority of us, we are not physically available, we deposited much more investment in terms of our time, planning, and making things work. Because we are not doing it because we're back then in Africa, in Nigeria. It is the love for the continent. It is the love and the passion for the continent that is making us doing this. And we'll continue to do that over and over. In fact, over here, we'll rather capture the resources and pour it back to Africa because we know that so many things we could not attain or grab because we are far back in Africa. Over here, it's easier to grab. And because we have the heart for Africa, it's easy to channel those resources for better. So look forward to more, better, and improved DataFestAfrica year and year and year. Okay. So we're going to close it here. There's no anthem to sing. But just to let you guys know that we truly appreciate everyone. I can't, exhaust calling names, but I appreciate everyone that made it right on this call, on all of those sessions. And see you tomorrow and next tomorrow. And bye for now. Thinking if I can play music. I used to play music before, but it's a go.